Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Thanks for making us a part of your start. If you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also online at sportstalk1051.com. You got the Alexa devices, your Google devices, the YouTube video streams also up and rolling. Don't forget to download the Wisco Sports App. Take it on the go wherever you're at. But a very happy Thursday, happy Friday Eve. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? We're going to dabble into a little bit of everything. Bucks picking up a nice win last night, taking on the Orlando Magic, and Cam Thomas in his second game as a Milwaukee Buck. He made it pretty memorable, dropping 34 points coming off the bench, playing only 25 minutes, but still able to put up 34, that long dagger at the end of the game too. So Kevin Porter Jr. contributing 18. Jericho Sims having himself a nice game too, 17 points and 11 boards. Kyle Kuzma, 15 points. And Dieng, another acquisition by the trade deadline, playing 23 minutes off the bench and giving the team 17 points. So nice win, nice 116-108 victory. Bucks are going to be right back at it, though, tonight, and it's going to be a tough one as they're going to be taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder before we get to the All-Star break. As of right now, Bucks are 2 games back from the Atlanta Hawks for that final playoff spot for that 10th seed in the Eastern Conference. So, as we know, Oklahoma City, the top team right now in the Western Conference. Most wins all across the NBA, too, 42 and 13. So, we'll talk some hoops, talk a little Bucks as we look back at last night's victory, and then maybe look ahead to tonight's game against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Got to give a shout out to the UW Eau Claire Blue Gold women's basketball team, taking down number 3 UW Oshkosh last night at the Sonateg Center. So nice win for Tanya England and her team as we start to wrap up the regular season for WIAC play too, as we inch a little bit closer to the to the WIAC tournament and to the postseason. So what else do we have on our game plan this morning? We'll talk some more baseball as pitchers and catchers reporting. Maybe you're following along a little bit on the socials and Brewers-wise, seeing Brandon Woodruff getting some work in. But yesterday, too, one of the questions was, what are the Brewers going to be doing for a backup catcher? That question answered. They're bringing back Gary Sanchez. Remember, Gary Sanchez was with the team a couple of years ago, and last year had spent time with Baltimore, but the Brewers bringing him back for a 1-year deal. So kind of answers that question on who's going to be that backup catcher to William Contreras. So we'll talk some Brewers, talk some baseball as it's kind of, now seeing everybody show up and getting some workouts in and such. Now it's starting to feel a little bit like baseball in that too. So I know on our Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question that we posted up last night, we used the baseball prospectus ranking, or I always want to say rankings, but projections. And we use that as our question to ask, do you think the Brewers are going to hit that, get lower than their 80 wins that they're projected, or get higher? And it wasn't even close. 88% of you say the Brewers are going to win more than 80 games right now at this point. So we got some comments from Pat Murphy as he chatted with the media yesterday. Some of his first thoughts on how the infield is going to play out and such. So we'll get to that coming up here in a little bit, too, as we talk some baseball. Football-wise, a move that we kind of thought was going to happen for the Packers is reportedly going to happen. Luke Getsy is going to be the new Packers quarterbacks coach. Luke Getsy, definitely very familiar with Green Bay over the years, used to be the quarterbacks coach to Aaron Rodgers, was a wide receivers coach at one point as well, went to be offensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears and then the Raiders, but had spent time with the Packers last year as an offensive assistant So it just kind of seemed maybe a natural promotion there, and that's what it sounds like it's going to be, according to Tom Pelissero from the NFL Network. So a move that probably didn't surprise too many people, but maybe we'll throw a little Packers chats in here. We've got Winter Olympics going on as well. Shout out. We got a Wisconsin native setting some records for the speed skating. Jordan Stolz setting the record last night, winning the gold, but also setting a Olympic record in the 1,000 meter speed skating. So Wisconsin representing fairly well so far at the Winter Olympics. But we'll throw a little Winter Olympics chats in here as well. It is a Takeover Thursday, so whatever topics you have in mind, you act as the producer. You can send those on over. Hit us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or hit us up on the phone lines too. YouTube chats is up and rolling, so you can send those on over. It is also a Enough is Enough Thursday. So what's the sports topic? What's the sports headline or narrative that you're kind of out there just saying, man, enough's enough with this? So you can send those on over as well. We'll catch up with Jake Boakes, Wisconsin Conservation Warden, for our Thursday Outdoors segment. I know for a lot of you, sturgeon season and such is getting ready to happen on Saturday, open up on Saturday and such. So we'll catch up with Jake. If you have any questions for Jake, please text those on over right now to our Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912. We'll get to intern Carter coming up here in just a little bit as well, and I can see that we already have a couple texts coming in here. C-Bomb, I'll save yours here for coming up after the break, but G-Man saying, DK, daughter lives close to Seattle, and her husband and best friend went to the parade yesterday, and they had a great time. Well, that's a cool story. Good to hear from you again this morning as well, G-Man. So, but again, that's kind of your game plan for us this morning. So let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll open it up coming up here in just a couple minutes with the leadoff. Reminder, today is your day. If you have a topic that you want to throw out to the rest of the armchair MVPs, rest of our listeners, you think it's a good topic of discussion, let us know. All right, I'll leave you with this one. This is one from C-Bomb for everybody to kind of think about and send on over. C-Bomb's asking everybody, what's their favorite single sports season? What is everyone's single favorite sports season? He said his top five are the 96 Brewers, 96 Packers, 08 Brewers, 2010 Packers, 2015 Badger basketball, not even a basketball fan, but that was fun, 99 Badgers football, Rose Bowl champs with Ron Dane. So those are C-Bombs, but I'll throw that out to everybody else to make their picks. So, all right, let's get things going here this morning. We'll take our first break and then the leadoff. We'll see where things kind of lead us with your Takeover Thursdays and such. We'll talk some hoops, talk some baseball, and we'll even throw a little football chat in here too. So first break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, I should have read C-Bomb's full tweet here because it's all one thing. C-Bomb says, I saw a tweet from CC Sabathia responding to his career that got me thinking, out of all the successes in different periods of my favorite sports teams, outside of the 96 Packers, the '08 Brewers is my favorite team and time period in all of sports, bringing Milwaukee back to the playoffs the way CC elevated the city and stayed along with the franchise. That was my most memorable season ever out of any sports. And that's what got him with his top 5 single favorite seasons. 96 Packers, the '08 Brewers, the 2010 Packers, 2015 Badger basketball, and the 99 Badger football team. So, since it is a Takeover Thursday, we'll throw it back to the rest of you. What do you think is your, or what do you know is your favorite memory, sports season, sports year of all time? You can let us know. Join in on the fun. Intern Carter, do you have a year? This is going to be different now because you're obviously younger than a lot of us. So
yeah, I'd say 2015 Badgers was a lot of fun. The 2018 Brewers, they got a game away from the World Series. That was fun too.
Yeah,
and then the Bucks winning it all as well.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the Bucks one, to be honest with you. So mine's probably the 2010 Packers, just that whole year, because it was. I think that's probably the most amount of games I've ever went to. I lived in Rapids at the time. I think I went to like half the home games that year. Went to the final 2 where they had to win both to get in. They beat the Giants, and then that final one against the Bears win to get in. Went to return to Titletown. It just so mine was probably 2010 when Green Bay won.
I wasn't really alive for that Super Bowl. I was like 3, so yeah, unfortunately. Man, I got to get another one.
You do? Well, yeah, we do. So for sure. I'd probably put my favorite Brewers one. '08 was awesome because I was in college, and I remember watching that final CC Sabathia game. But 2011 was, again, I was at Game 5 when they beat the Diamondbacks in walk-off fashion, so I'd probably put the Brewers 2011. I just love the pairing of Ryan Braun and Prince Fielder. 2018 was a lot of fun, too, going up against Dodgers and one game away from going to the World Series, too. But I think I might have to throw 2011 in there just because I got to experience one of those, a great playoff game in walk-off fashion to advance. So I'm probably going those as my 2015 Badger basketball. I loved that team. I love that. That is still the most heartbreaking I've ever been after a game. Like, I remember coming in the next morning and I didn't even want to talk to anybody. And don't know if I've been that way like that before or since then. So it was really, really, really heartbreaking. So because it was such a fun and easy team to root for too, even off the court. So you had to have been like, what, 10 when they were?
8, I believe.
8? Okay. All right. So following along with them. But yeah, I don't know if and part of it too was my mindset. I don't think we're ever going to get back during my lifetime. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, I'd never say never now, but it's definitely with the current state of college sports with transfer portals and NILs, I have no idea what the future is going to be for like the Badgers and how far they could advance and such. So, but good question, C-Bomb. The rest of you, throw it out there. It's pretty easy. Everybody has a favorite season when they think about it, right? So send it on over. Text it to us, 715-830-1912, or you could hit us up with a quick phone call, too. So you got your Wild jersey on. You've been following along. Like, how's the season going and such? We might have to make you our hockey insider experts over here.
They made the trade for Quinn Hughes early in the year, one of the best defensemen in the NHL, and they're playing well. The problem is the Avalanche are just so good that they lead. The Avalanche are 37-9-9. The Wild are 34-14-10. So we're catching them, but when the Avalanche started, I believe 17-2, it's tough to catch up, but playing well, tied with the Stars, a point above them. We're obviously in the break now with the Olympics for hockey starting today. But it's been a fun year for sure.
Yeah. Have you been following the Olympics at all a little bit or more maybe when hockey gets going?
A little bit. Yeah, today I'll definitely pay attention to the hockey game.
Mm-hmm. So I'm for hockey, I can't wait, and I hope we get to, like another USA-Canada matchup in the rivalry aspect of it too. So, hockey, I'm not the biggest hockey fan, but it is easily, I would say, I've been to a Wild game. It is so much better in person going to a hockey game.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes. I got to go to one last year.
Yeah, I feel like of any sport, that's the one you have to go to and watch in person.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I got to see everything. Fights, come from behind wins, and all high scoring goals too. So it was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get back sometime too. So, but well, since the first time I got to chat with, what your thoughts on the Super Bowl? Kind of yawner a little bit, or did you appreciate the defensive?
I did
in the first 3 quarters.
I didn't mind the Super Bowl at all. I think part of it was this year I kind of came in, and usually there's a villain for me, and it's hard to hate Sam Darnold. Like I can't. So I think I wanted the Patriots to win a little bit, just the underdog, but I didn't hate it, and it was a defensive battle. I mean, not a lot you can ask for offensively from those teams, just because the defenses were just so good, and it was better than last year.
Right.
I will say that as a Chiefs fan, it was better than last year. So,
so you consider yourself a Chiefs fan along with a Packers fan? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Packers won by a lot, but then Chiefs.
So Chiefs are like your AFC team?
Yes. Yep.
Why is that? Patrick Mahomes or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't know if you were a Swiftie.
No.
Taylor Swift or anything. Okay. Good.
No.
Good. All right. Just had to throw that out there. So, but yeah, it was. I appreciate defensive efforts. They were just, you could tell they were pinning their ears back and going after each quarter. Each defense was going after each quarterback. So
and it was really cool to watch what kind of blitzes both teams brought, because every possession it was different. You never could tell which way it was coming from. So it was fun to watch. The corners, I mean, Weatherspoon had a couple pressures, 3 pressures. So
yeah,
it was like a corner's getting in. So
earlier in the week we threw out the question based off of what we witnessed or watched in that Super Bowl, and using Seattle as the gauge or the barometer, since they are now the champions. What do you think Green Bay's biggest need is going to have to be to compete against them? Majority went with offensive line. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I also think defensive back is a massive priority.
Yeah.
So just, yes, in defensive front, I mean, the last 2 Super Bowls have really been defined by defensive fronts. When you have the ability to get after the quarterback and make him play off schedule. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is one of the best quarterbacks to play off schedule, and they couldn't put up 20 points versus the Eagles last year, and Drake May struggled. So defensive front's a big position, but again, the ability to run the football, you saw what it did to open up that game for the Seahawks. It allowed them to pass for a touchdown. So I think that's a good pick.
Yeah. So we had pitchers and catchers reporting. We're going to switch gears over to baseball here for just a little bit. Pitchers and catchers reporting yesterday. Pat Murphy also chatting a little bit with the media, as we officially, I feel like when we get to Pat Murphy daily catch-ups and such, now we're really into getting into some baseball stuff. So obviously a big topic of discussion now is, who the heck is going to be playing third base? For a lot of us who thought maybe it could be Joey Ortiz, and again, projections, well, we highlighted them yesterday. Baseball Prospectus had Joey Ortiz. They projected playing 70% of his time at third. Pat Murphy doesn't really see it that way. According to Todd Rosiak, who covers the Brewers for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, said, quote, "I just feel when a guy's your shortstop for the entire year, when he comes back into camp, he's probably your shortstop. But things happen. We also know that he can play third. He can play second." Also, he said, coming back, Bryce is going to get prepared to be our second baseman. Ortiz is prepared to be our shortstop. And the third base situation comes down to a handful of guys. So we'll kind of see it play out here. maybe potentially another move is on the horizon. As we know, the Brewers yesterday, one of the other questions was who's going to be their backup catcher to Contreras. They're bringing back Gary Sanchez on a one-year deal. So he was with the team a couple of years ago, so it seems to have answered that question. Murphy also talking about his pitching staff, talking about Brandon Woodruff, said he's in a good spot. He's in a good spot physically, and that he's been throwing bullpens, but his ramp-up will be monitored closely, saying this is the time of year that people are very vulnerable, so you have to be mindful of that. A guy with an injury history even more so. He also said that Quinn Priester has recovered from a wrist issue that he dealt with late last year. He's had a couple things that have kept him from progressing, but he's throwing bullpens, nothing shutting him down or anything like that. So just a few comments, quotes from Pat Murphy yesterday. So with, pitchers and catchers reporting and a lot of the guys reporting to camp and such, feels like, earlier in the week we opened it up saying storyline, maybe the starting pitching staff, like how is that going to shake out and such? And I would still say it's one of those now when you factor in Kyle Harrison, but I think it's probably a new number one is the third base and how that's going to go to. Is it going to be Jet Williams, who they acquired? Could it be, Jesus Mates getting talked about, but I don't know if that'd be a kind of a big jump. Although, Jackson Chourio did make that jump too. Brock Wilken might be a little bit behind yet, but he's definitely brings that power ability when he does, if he does ever make it to the major league level. So maybe a guy like a Luke Adams as well, Tyler Black. You haven't really heard his name being mentioned a whole lot, and I know they've had him, repping at outfield and first base and such, so I don't know if that would be an option anymore at this point in time, but you really haven't heard his name mentioned to be in the mix of things here too. So, but it's giving me, okay, speaking of like favorite seasons and such, it's almost giving me 2011 vibes towards the end of the year where they started it off with Casey McGee, but then they were going back and forth between him and Jerry Harrison Jr. and such, and I don't know if I'm all about that, but I guess wait and see. But that is definitely, I don't know about you, definitely the top storyline position group I'm probably watching right now.
I'm definitely interested to see what they do. Immediate reaction when they traded him was like, oh, they'll just move Ortiz to third because he played well at third his rookie season. And I think, in my opinion, that would make a ton of sense rather than put Jet Williams at third. And I don't think Mate is going to be ready this year. But even if he is, I don't think you move him to third. So it was interesting to see Murphy's comments, and obviously he can change his mind, or they can change it. That's not out of the realm of possibility. But I really do think he's honest where, like you said, Tyler Black, Luke Adams, Hamilton, they're going to be our options at the start, and you could see a Brock Wilken come up later, or if they need, they could go try and get somebody, but I don't know.
And it was kind of one of your Takeover Thursday topics, questions that you threw out there. Should or are the Brewers too deep at the pitching position when you look at it? And we had talked with Hunter, Brewers reporter for Fox Sports Wisconsin, yesterday and such. And something that I was wondering is, are they setting up? Because you look at, they're incredibly deep, and I know some people are just having a little bit of fun with it, saying, wow, their AAA starters could be better than some other major league, starters. They're so incredibly deep, but they have so much control in terms of years with those guys. Like, they're under contract till 2029, 2030 and such. And it feels like this was by design, by plan, that the Brewers just wanted to stockpile a bunch of pitchers to maybe they weren't getting into situations every year. So what do we do with a guy like Freddie Peralta? Because we know we can't afford him. And, the Brandon Woodruffs are the exception, not the norm, where they're going to give $20-some million 1 year for him. So are they looking at this like, hey, we know we're never going to be able to afford a starting pitcher, when they hit their prime or whatever. So they're stockpiling these guys. But as, Hunter kind of mentioned too, how much of last year's, where they began the season with so many injuries, did that affect their decision too, saying, we might want to make sure that we got plenty of other options. But outside of Woodruff, you look at those guys, There's not a ton of experience, though, either. And Quintana's not coming back because he's going to the Rockies. So right now on the surface, I guess I'd be surprised if they do bring in a veteran because they have so many other younger options at this point.
Yeah. I think some of the depth does play into the Peralta trade, too, just because he was able to take the ball every 5 games and really wasn't injured, and he was such a reliable arm.
Yeah.
Just the problem I see is, right, we brought in Shane Drowan from the Red Sox, but he's already 27. And even though he's a good prospect, if he doesn't get to the big leagues this year, he's going to be 28 next year. And we're so deep, and like you said, with so many pitchers under team control, I mean, eventually these guys will just be older and still won't have made their debut because we have such a deep pitching staff.
Yeah.
So for me, it's almost like are we stunting these players' growths because we're too deep almost? And I don't know if that's possible, but...
Yeah, because, I mean, you'd feel like, too, I mean, if they wanted to go out and get a power third baseman or something, if that was available, they would have something to maybe stockpile from. So, but they also have plethora of infielders now too. It feels like at this point. So, what about the rest of you? Join in on the convo. All right, hit us up 715-830-1912. We got to take a quick break, but we got plenty more to get to. We're just getting started here on this Thursday morning. We'll be right back after these quick words. Car trouble never comes at a good time, but with AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, they're always ready. From routine maintenance to major repairs, their experienced technicians get you back on the road fast and done right. And if you're stuck, AJM Automotive also provides reliable towing when you need it the most. So save this number now if you do need that tow, 715-835-9523. And don't forget, they now have 2 locations right here in Eau Claire. Their original location, 1919 Brackett Avenue, but the second location, grand opening, 1627 Bellinger Street. So you can check them out on Facebook. Look up AJM Automotive Services on Facebook. Also, their website, ajmautomotiveservices.com. Yesterday, gave away a free oil change because of their opening up their second location. We're going to do another one coming up next hour, do a little trivia, and then whoever gets it right, I know we'll probably have multiple people getting it right, but then we'll just kind of randomly pick one through the good old internet with those websites that can make them random for us. So, but pay attention to that coming up in the next hour as we give away another free oil change courtesy of AJM Automotive Services. So, C-Bomb had a topic a little bit earlier since it is a Takeover Thursday. What is, for you as sports fans, what is your favorite year, favorite season as a sports fan? All right, send those on over. Share it with the rest of the class. All right, text them, give us a shout, 715-830-1912. Bucks last night picked up a nice win against the Orlando Magic. In a back-to-back, Milwaukee dropped the first one, but able to come back last night and pick up a 116-108 victory. The story of this game, got to give it to Cam Thomas in just his second game as a Milwaukee Buck, playing only 25 minutes, coming off the bench. Dude, 34 points, had that long dagger three-pointer at the ends, fitting in fairly well so far. With the Milwaukee Bucks. But Jericho Sims also having an impressive night last night, 17 points and 11 rebounds, 5 of them coming on the offensive side. Then, of course, Kevin Porter Jr. doing his thing with 18 points, Kyle Kuzma contributing 15, and Dieng, the other new acquisition, putting up 17 points for the Milwaukee Bucks. So couple of the new guys having themselves really good nights last night for the Milwaukee Bucks. Ryan Rollins did not play in last night's game. So, but, well, hopefully that's something that they can continue to stack success on and get better. But it's going to be a quick turnaround here for the Bucks as they've got the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight before the All-Star break popping up this weekend. So it'll be an incredibly tough test here. But after tonight's game, kind of looking ahead, next Friday they'll be back in action as they take on the Pelicans. But you look at this portion of the schedule, there's a ton of home games coming up for the Bucks. After their game against New Orleans, that should be a win for the Bucks. I mean, if you want to get to the postseason, you got to beat a team like the Pelicans. Then you're home against Toronto. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but you're home. Miami, you're home. Cleveland, it'll be tough, but you're home. Knicks, tough, but you're home. You have a quick trip south to Chicago. You should win that. Then you're back home. Tough one against Boston. But again, you're home. You're home against Atlanta, the team you're kind of chasing right now. Then you're home against Utah. Then you're home against Orlando. Then you're home against Phoenix. So starting next Friday, not this Sunday, but next Sunday, the 22nd, all the way through March 10th, they're going to be at home except for one road game, and it's a quick bus trip to Chicago. So you've got some good opponents mixed in there, but with all those home games and maybe a return for Giannis during that stretch, to me, that is going to be, I don't know about the rest of you, but that is going to be a portion of the schedule where if the Bucks can come away with how many? So we got, let's throw the Pelicans in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of those 11 games. If they can come away with 7 wins, I think probably the minimum. But to me, that's a portion that's going to either determine whether the Bucks are going to make the playoffs or not. I mean, if you go under 500 with that stretch, I think the season's probably done with at that point. So.
Yeah. I kind of wonder, though, if a little bit, the trade deadline came and went, and now it seems kind of like they're playing better.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that may have been a little bit of, we could get traded.
The whole Giannis talk,
so,
are they playing a little bit more relaxed sort of thing? So I don't know, but it sure seems like they're playing a little bit better, a little bit more loose, if that's the right word.
They're watchable games.
Yeah,
unlike before.
Yeah. So I loved the Cam signing pickup. Why not take a flyer on him? I mean, he's been a producer for the last couple of years, and his second game he already makes the mark with dropping 34 points. So. I know he had a couple of comments with the media last night, talking about his performance and such. But he said, "quote I'm more than just a scorer. I feel like playmaking, drawing the defense on me, making the right plays. I feel like that's part of my game that gets underrated. Just because I score the ball so well, people don't really look at that." Also, he had this to say. That let me where did it quote? I had it saved up here, but yeah, he was talking about Jericho Sims and potentially Giannis when he returns. Sims, yeah, he was amazing tonight. Offensive rebounding, putbacks, lobs. He was sensational. Going to need him for the rest of the year doing that. He's a lob threat. I love playing with lob threats. I'm going to try to find him a little more. Get out there playing a little bit more, playing with him a little bit more out there. So I love lob threats. Even when Giannis comes back, lob threat as well. Throw it up. So I love throwing lobs to the bigs. So it should be a lot of good things. And then another newcomer, Dieng, he kind of echoing what Giannis was saying earlier on, saying that, quote, feel like we're just playing the right way. Taking open shots, making open shots, just moving the ball. Like I said, just playing the right way and helping the team win. Obviously, it felt good. But I'll work on it. I know I'll shoot every time I'm open. I work on it, and I know it'll go in. So, but yeah, it's something Giannis has talked about how many times about playing the right way, and you got a newcomer saying, I think we're playing the right way. Well, right now, it kind of feels like they're playing the right way. Except for that first game against Orlando, they had a good first half and just nothing after that. So I just went cold, big time cold down that stretch here too. So, but not only, they didn't have Ryan Rollins in the game. They didn't get much contribution from Bobby Portis last night either. So, good to see the newcomers kind of leading the charge last night and maybe breathing in a little life to this team too.
I do gotta say, man, something about Kyle Kuzma just annoys me. I don't know why. Maybe he takes too many shots, but man,
so inconsistent.
Yeah,
it's just so inconsistent. That's another trade. I don't know. When he's on and when he's like in a really good rhythm, he looks like a fantastic player. But then the inconsistency is just it's too much for me. You can't trust him, right? You really can't trust him. And I'm a little surprised that the Bucks were able to get that victory last night, considering Miles Turner only had 5 points. You throw in Bobby Portis only 4 points. Those two guys, but it was the Jericho Sims, Kevin Porter just kind of doing his thing. AJ Green only having 6 points in the game last night too. But the newcomers, they're leading the way, and some guys who don't get a lot of opportunities. I wouldn't mind seeing Jericho Sims more. I feel like that's somebody that's been talked about for the last couple of years to get more opportunities. He's not always going to probably get you 17 points, but, man, that guy's going to be aggressive when he's going after rebounds and such. And sometimes they need that physicality, I think, down low.
And he can hit his free throws, 5 for 5 from the line. So
yeah, right? No kidding. So, all right, we got to take our final break here as we wrap up the first quarter already. So we'll be right back after these quick words. When joint pain, stiffness, or injury affects your daily life, turn to Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Their experienced physicians and care teams provide comprehensive orthopedic care for shoulders, hips, knees, backs, and more. Focused on helping you move comfortably again. From diagnosis to treatment and recovery, you'll receive personalized care close to home. Learn more or schedule your appointment online at cvosm.com. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Expert care to help keep you moving. We got about a few minutes left to the top of the hour. Don't forget, it is also a Enough is Enough Thursday. What's the sports narrative? What's the sports topic or story that's kind of out there where you're just like, enough is enough? All right, you can send those on over to us if you like. But we'll get to some of those coming up a little bit later on. It is also a Takeover Thursday. So if you've got any topics at hand that you would like to throw out for us to chat about and for everybody else to chat about, you can do that. You can do that too. So speaking of, kind of one of C-Bomb's favorite memory or favorite seasons, since Valentine's Day is coming up here in a couple days, for those of you who celebrate. Me, I think it's an incredibly overrated, made-up day. But I digress into that. How about biggest heartbreak you have ever had as a sports fan? Now, we've had a few for Wisconsin. But if you had to pick one, what was the one that was the biggest heartbreak for you? Or maybe have a different spin on it. What was maybe the team that you really kind of thought was the special one, and it got away from you? Kind of like maybe that we always hear the one that got away. What was the team that got away for you? What was that one team that you thought, and they just nope, they got away from you? So kind of do a little bit of that. So I guess the favorite one too is kind of a Valentine's Day run, right? Which I don't know if that's what C-Bomb's thinking was. He's not a romantic guy, I don't think so. It probably wasn't, but we got three of them. I'll add on to that. Your favorite one. Which ones did you love the most? The biggest heartbreak. And the thing is too, it doesn't necessarily have to be a loss. I guess it could be, let's say the Bucks traded Giannis. That could be a heartbreak. So if there was a move, maybe you were absolutely heartbroken when seeing Favre play for the Vikings. That's what's event as a sports fan for you was the biggest heartbreak. All right, think about that for a little bit. Doesn't necessarily have to be a game. Could be maybe your team missed out on drafting TJ Watt and it's still bugging you. Yeah, So we'll put together a list and go through that coming up here too. And the one that got away. So older fans probably, you got a little bit more to choose from, but I'm curious to get intern Carter's picks for some of those. So we'll get to your picks and such. All right, I thought we had another news there. But we'll wrap it up here in the first hour. Got a couple minutes left. Packers reportedly naming Luke Getsy as their new quarterback's coach, which I think that was probably the no-brainer. It was likely to happen and such. So within house, I know there was reported interviews and that, but he's already been a quarterback's coach before. He's very familiar with Jordan Love, obviously. He's been an offensive coordinator too, so it's a guy that brings a ton of experience at that position. So I hope there's not a lot of people too upset about it. I think it was the natural pick to be honest with you. So, and that's the thing too. If Adam Stenovich, let's say he interviews for the Seattle job, for the Seattle offensive coordinator job, I honestly feel like they're probably going to just promote from within for that offensive coordinator, because if it's not going to come with play calling duties, I don't know what you can attract at that point. So, but I don't know. I haven't really heard anything yet about Seahawks. They're probably still celebrating. I mean, they just did have their parade, so maybe give it a few days here to see who they're going to potentially target. But they'd probably be smart too to see, okay, how do we keep that offense rolling? Maybe stay in house and keep that too. So because whoever, there's going to be talk about people following Kubiak to the Raiders, but that Seahawks job for an offense coordinator is going to come with play calling. So it's going to be more attractive for a lot of other candidates too. So, but it'll be interesting to follow. I guess I'm putting my odds on it being fairly low that Steno's leaving Green Bay at this point. So, but we'll find out. We're nearly to combine. We're less than a month away from free agency, believe it or not. Less than a month away. So these next few weeks, you might see a flurry of roster moves from Green Bay to get under that salary cap so they could be in a better spot to be active players by free agency. So I honestly, my gut right now on February 12th tells me I think you're going to see Green Bay in the early goings maybe being a little active, just because I think they know that window is incredibly tight.
Yeah, I hope so. They've got some holes they need to fill. The problem is, looking at just this free agency class, there's not a ton of, I guess, names out there for the position groups that we need help in, like the cornerback. The free agency class isn't that deep. O-line, we could find some O-linemen, but everything comes with a price, so you're definitely gonna have to cut guys like Gary and or Jenkins to get that flexibility.
Right. Yep. Exactly. So, all right, less than a minute to the top of the hour. So, shot clock's going to cut us off, and we're going to kick off the second hour here in just a few minutes. Send us your biggest heartbreaks in the sports world. Was it your favorite player suiting up for another team? Was it maybe seeing your arch rival get a championship? Was it just simply as your team losing a big game? What was the biggest heartbreak for you? All right, send them on over. And what was the one that got away? Probably was the 2015 Badger men's basketball one. It was probably the biggest one that got away. So, and it's also the biggest heartbreak too. So, all right, 1 hour in, we got a couple more to go. Got news updates, and we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, second quarter, second hour, kicking off right now on this Thursday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. We've got little Valentine's kind of theme here for our Takeover Thursday because it's you act as the producer. You got a topic that you want to throw out there for all of us to chat about. Send it on over, all right? I'm going to add another one. I just thought of another one to our Valentine's Day theme here. We've got intern Carter sitting across the way as well. So we're looking for the biggest heartbreaks. Doesn't have to be games. It could be, it could be somebody leaving, Favre Vikings sort of thing. Seeing your loved one with another person, that sort of thing. Your favorite seasons. What was your favorite season of all time? So maybe, your true loves in that. But how about the best couples? So it could be the best duos. Maybe it's a coach and a player. Maybe it's Jordan Pippen, type of thing, or Kareem and Magic, or quarterback wide receiver connection like Montana and Rice, or Brady and Gronk, Mahomes and Kelsey sort of thing. Best couples in sports, best duos. All right, have a little fun with this. Okay, hit us up with a quick thoughts, with a quick text. Do we have any with the phone? Let's see. I think C-Bomb's on the phone line right now. Let's get to C-Bomb quick. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, El Capitano and intern. How are you boys doing today?
Intern did hear you quick, but he's putting on the headphones right now. He's at C-Bomb's wondering how you're doing, intern.
Oh, good. Good.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. Interesting to hear people's takes on their favorite sports seasons and their biggest heartbreaks because, everybody's got their own different opinions on it, and for different reasons. It's like, oh, yeah, and you think about that, and it's like, boy, we had a lot more heartbreak than I thought. And this topic also got me thinking, man, I am old because my perspective is a lot different than interns, right? Because intern has really known nothing but Wisconsin sports success, if you think about it. My kid is as well. My son's 27. He's known nothing but the Packers being good. So
your kid's 27 already? Holy cow, dude.
Dude, yeah, we're both getting old, man. It's wild.
Wow. All right.
So, biggest heartbreak for this guy, and I'll set the stage a little bit. The 96 Packers were my favorite team to ever, that's my pinnacle, right? Because I grew up and the Packers were horrible. I remember waiting for them as a kid to play Tampa Bay so we had a chance to win a game, right? So they win that 96 championship, and I was on top of the world. All of Packer Nation was on top of the world. The following season, the Packers dominate. They're heavy favorites. Now we're like, we are legit. We are real. We went into the Super Bowl against Denver as heavy favorites. I was so stoked, so excited. The Packers no longer suck, and then, bam, we're knocked off the mountain and destroyed. Denver took it to us, and that, to me, was my biggest heartbreak. It absolutely gutted me. I was depressed for like 2 months.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I remember I was a little bit younger than you in that one, but I remember watching Favre's final pass go incomplete, and I just backhand to the wall or something, and I kind of really hurt my wrist after that. So yeah, I was pretty bummed about that too. So, but that's a good one, man. That's a good one. I was interested to see that you put 2015 as one of your favorite seasons for Badgers. That has been a very popular pick so far for biggest heartbreak, including our good friend Hetch chiming in saying that's his biggest heartbreak is that 2015 Badger basketball season.
Yeah, I'm not even a basketball fan, and that one hurt, man. That was such a fun team to watch. That whole March Madness was just wild, and that's coming on the heels as well of being disappointed after the championship game the year before and having the, Russell Wilson throw the prayer up for the 2-point conversion and losing that championship game. The heartbreak as a Wisconsin sports fan, there's so many different things, and you look at the several Brewers seasons where there's so much hope they get knocked off, and the Packers have done it, several times, and there's just so many different the pinnacles, the championships, the happy times. If you think about it, there's been way more heartbreaks, and sort of depressing. But I think that's every sports, fan base, because you can't win a championship every year, right?
Right, exactly. Hey, I want you to think about this for a little bit and get back to me your favorite duo or the best duo, and then maybe the one that got away.
Ooh, that's a good one. I'm going to have to do some thinking while I'm driving.
All right. Thanks, C-Bomb. Appreciate it, buddy.
Right on, my brother. Hey, pitchers and catchers reporting. Let's go, Brewers.
You got it, man. You got it. All right, there goes C-Bomb hopping off on the Shoe Doctors bullpen line this morning. Dustin chiming in and saying his favorite duo, Rogers and Jordy Nelson. For me, the one that got away, Gary Sheffield leaving the Brewers. That's a good pick there. Mark H., biggest heartbreak, saying losing to Duke in the Final Four. I think that is probably going to be, that is my biggest heartbreak for sure. If I had to take that one away, I mean, it's hard not to say the NFC Championship game, 14-15 season. It's that one's, yeah, that's not hard. That's up there. I'd also, though, put, because I was there, the 08 NFC Championship game, freezing my buns off, Packers and Giants. It was very heartbroken to see Favre suiting up for the Vikings. So we avoided one this year for Giannis not getting traded, but I'd even throw 18 Brewers. I was pretty down after that Game 7, too. I'd throw that one in there for sure. So. Yeah, you're right. How many heartbreaks have you gone through? You got a young heart yet, man.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
Not many. I mean.
You're not scarred quite yet.
The Packers have never been bad. Brewers have really never been bad.
Mm-hmm.
Bucks have had Giannis my whole life, so.
Man.
I know.
Man. So, C-Bomb says another heartbreak was watching Favre throw the interception against the Giants in the championship game. Yeah, that was another special season. Yeah, dude, I was sitting next to I've told this story many times. I don't know if I've told you, but I was at that game. I was in college. Went to the game and sat next to two guys from New York. But they were actually really cool. But they had the cheese heads painted blue and all that. I mean, New York accents and everything. And they called it every time Tynes was going to miss. Tynes is lined up for the field goal. He's like, don't worry, buddy. He's going to miss. And he missed. Second time, he's like, nah, he's going to miss this one, too. He missed. I'm like, oh, then it was like the last time. They're like, yeah, sorry, he ain't missing this one. And they called it. And I'm like, that was the quietest I've ever walked out of Lambeau Field. And I was up at the top, so I had to go all the way down. The quiet. You could have heard a pin drop in that thing. And I've never experienced that before. Since then, either. So, yeah. So, could we have gone and beat the undefeated Patriots like the Giants did? A question I will always have. That is one of the biggest questions. Mm-hmm. Because I honestly think if Green Bay goes to the Super Bowl and let's say they beat the Patriots that year, Favre retires and stays retired. He doesn't come back. We don't have the Jets thing. We don't have the 2 years with the Vikings. I think he goes and rides off into the sunset. Why not? That's like the absolute perfect ending. He calls it, and we don't go through all that summer of 08 and all the drama after that, too. But then it's like trickle-down effect. Does Green Bay win it in 2010 a couple years later with Rodgers? I don't know. It's a big what if. So keep these coming. This is a good one. Getting some new texts and such, too. So send them on over. The biggest heartbreaks, the best duos. I want you guys and gals to think about that one for a little bit. So that could be teammates, that could be a player coach, or for the rest of you, if you ever played NBA Jam, it's kind of like that, your top two, right? The two NBA Jam guys on there. So biggest heartbreaks, your biggest loves, or, we can make it simple. Who's your favorite athlete of all time, too? Who was the first athlete you loved, your first crush? I'm really curious to hear yours. Do you know it off the top of your head?
I do.
You want to say
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, come on,
It is.
intern. Oh, no.
It is.
Oh, man. All right, what was your first love, athlete-wise, everybody? All right, send it on over, okay? Text it. We got some more text to get to here, but let's take a quick break and give the rest of you a few more to chime in on that. So, all right, it's a Takeover Thursday. We're having some fun here this morning. We'll be right back after these quick words. Let's catch up on a few. Well, we got quite a few texts coming in here. See, I like this is when it's fun when we get into like topics like this. I always joke about it. You hear a lot of people kind of joking about it. You could just randomly throw out an athlete's name and people could just talk about that athlete, like college and all that sort of stuff. But anyways, we got quite a few here. Surveyor says, biggest heartbreak besides the obvious losses is Buffalo losing in 2022. I'm assuming you mean Buffalo Bills losing in 2022. First athlete crush, Favre and Tiger. Charles, Jack Nicklaus, the Golden Bear, was his first crush. 2014 NFC Championship. Biggest heartbreak, I'm assuming. Just says that. Dustin says the biggest, different Dustin. We got a couple of them already chiming in this morning. Biggest heartbreaker for me was the Brewers beating my Cubs in game 163. Well, I'll tell you what, one of my best favorite things is the Brewers beating the Cubs in the playoffs this year. So
Yes.
Just saying. C-Bomb again says duos, Holmgren and Favre. That's a good one. Rogers, Devontae, Fielder, Braun, Sheets, and CeCe. No first-time texter, it looks like. Don't have a name, can't give you any credit, but first crush, Michael Jordan, and then Favre. Mark H. says his first crush was Bart Starr. Duo, I think that's supposed to say best duo. Rod Carew and Harmon Killebrew, Luell Cinder and Dandridge. Okay, so different eras and such. So my first crush, first love, first athlete, like a really, really big one was probably Shaq. Like I was all like I had the Shaq posters, I had Shaq figurines, I had a Shaq birthday party. My first jersey that I ever got, and I still have it, and my kid wore it to school the other day, is a Shaq jersey. This was back in the day when you had to order them from catalogs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There was a thing back where you had, so I'd always open it up and, circle it and just always wish for it. And I finally got one. I think I was 4th grade or such, somewhere around there. So Shaq was mine. Football-wise, it was, Deion for 3rd grade, but Reggie White was also probably, Reggie White and Deion were probably my other ones for football. So Tiger definitely later on in life, but yeah, I don't know. Keep those coming. This is a good conversation, fun conversation to kind of mix it up once in a while. So heartbreaks, first loves, the ones that got away, best duos, throw those on over. All right. Was that my phone? I think it was my phone. Mm-hmm. Vibration all. Okay, I'll just stop there before I finish that sentence. But what do we got here? We got, oh, yeah, all right. Emails. So, see, you get sidetracked pretty easily. Since you're texting, too, don't forget Jake Bolks is going to be joining us to answer your questions, outdoor-related questions. 715-830-1912. I know we got sturgeon season coming up and such, so if you got a fishing, hunting, trapping question, let me know. All right? You can send those on over to us. 715-830-1912. Surveyor says, first crush, Annika Sorenstam, golfer. C-Bomb says Paul Kaufman was his first crush. Also, my first heartbreak when Green Bay cut him and he went to Kansas City. I think I was 6. For those that don't know, he was a tight end in the early 80s. First crush when I understood football was Tim Harris. I used to pull out the 6-shooters in high school after a sack like he did. I was such a dope. Mark says, I'm old. Best duo, Vince and Bart. Bart was my first crush. Been gone for 10 days and unconnected. Happy to be back listening in. So, well, welcome back, Mark. Welcome back. Brewers-wise, we were talking a little bit about them in the first hour. Pitchers and catchers reporting and such. One of the Post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question that we posted up last night on our Sports Talk Facebook page. We asked, do you think the Brewers, based off the projections from baseball perspectives, do you think the Brewers will win more than 80 games? 90% of you think yes. So the projection was 80 and 82. If we're rounding it to whole numbers, 80 and 82, second in the division. I was actually surprised. 90%, it was that high, voted for that. And one baseball dude out there, Buster Olney, kind of knows his stuff when it comes to the baseball world. He is actually kind of on the Brewers bandwagon too. This was from his this was from ESPN yesterday on a podcast, and they were talking about over and unders. And for the Brewers, Buster is hammering the over. Audio courtesy from ESPN.
I was a little bit
If it
surprised you
wants to
didn't
work for me. That is. Hold on a second. Why is it? There we go. All right, let's try it again. Audio courtesy from ESPN.
I was a little bit surprised you didn't go with a team that is annually underrated, and that would be the Milwaukee Brewers. They are at 84.5. I am taking the over on them. They are so athletic. This roster is so dynamic. I think they're going to outperform expectations again, and will go well over 84.5.
So when you hear, again, from ESPN, Buster Olney talk about this roster, athletic, dynamic, are we at times being too hard on this Brewers roster, do you think? Intern, a little bit?
Oh, maybe a little bit. Again, you got to score runs to win games.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, I mean, almost every year, it's a struggle to figure out where those runs are going to come from. I think this year we kind of know it's going to, like Contreras is going to do his thing, Churio. But our pitching staff could either go extremely well and we could have the best pitching staff in the MLB, or it could go extremely bad. So it kind of we're relying on a pitching staff, and that could also be the reason we brought in so many guys, is because let's say Kyle Harrison doesn't work out. Well, then you have Brandon Sproat. Brandon Sproat doesn't work out. Well, then you have Shane Drowan.
Mm-hmm.
So you have all these options in case a couple don't work out. But I don't see any process in which they don't get over 80 wins.
Mm-hmm. I want to believe that too, but then the other part of me is the cynic in me is almost at times like, okay, they've beaten the odds how many times over the years? They've surpassed them how many times? Is it going to catch up to them at some point? Is that trend going to run out, or is this just no? Because this is what they do and such. And I think the biggest unknown for me is it almost fair to say, like, I feel like we know what we're going to get with the offense. I just don't know what we're going to get with the young starting pitcher. Like, that to me is the biggest wild card. Like, I feel like we kind of know what to expect from this offense. It's not going to be a lot of power. It's going to be small ball, stealing bases, manufacturing runs that way. Okay, so we know that basis. But to me, I don't know what to expect from a lot of these young guys. Heck, even Brandon Woodruff, can he stay healthy for majority part of the season? That to me is the biggest wild card in this whole thing.
Yeah. And personally, I just, like, I watched the first game last year, and if you can call it a game, I mean, we got crushed. And the first 4 games we got crushed, and is for me, like I think this may be the first year where we're not great.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously they go on a tear and best team in the regular season. And so for me, it's kind of like, I just trust them at this point. Like, for a couple years now, it's been, they're not going to win the division. They're going to be behind the Reds, and then all of a sudden they beat the Cubs. And so I enjoyed last year. Last year was a lot of fun for me. So
yeah, I feel with the pitching, if they hit their potential, and I know it's a lot to ask maybe in their first year for some of these guys to really, even Mizorowski coming in halfway through the season last year, he's going to have a full season here. Quinn Priester and such. All those guys, it may be a lot to ask for this year, but man, if they do hit their potential, that does have the makings of being a really, really, really good starting rotation. And they're putting a lot on the shoulders of those young guys. I mean, I don't think that's a hot take or saying anything extreme about it. But if those guys can perform really well, then I think this is a team that, fair to say, 90-plus wins.
mm-hmm.
Because I don't like to phrase it this way. I just don't know how else to phrase it. I feel more comfortable about their offense just because I know probably what more to expect from it. I'm not going to have these super high expectations that they're going to score 1,000 runs this season or lead the league in home runs or the National League in home runs. That's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not going to happen. And it's going to come down to this young pitching staff and whether they can rise to the occasion and, lead this group. So that to me is the big unknown with this whole thing, where I'm just a little apprehensive, I guess, at that. And maybe it's just strictly for me, I'm setting the bar low, so I'm not setting myself up for disappointment though either, because yeah, they've won back-to-back division champions. They've won 97 games, a franchise record last year. I want to have super high expectations, but maybe I'm not ready to get hurt yet at this point in time.
It's going to be interesting to see what 5 guys they deploy in their rotation.
Well, it's funny you say that because we just got a text asking, what's your projected starting rotation? I think it's Woodruff for sure. I think it's Mizorowski. I'm going to go Quinn Priester. I'm going to go Chad. I think you got to go Chad Patrick.
After what he did in the postseason, absolutely.
The 5th one's going to be interesting to me. Do you go Logan Henderson? Do you go Harris? Do you go Sproat? Do you go Robert Gasser? I really feel like that might be something that's up for grabs in spring training. I feel like the 4 are fairly comfortable, but with those 4, or you have it up there, but with those 4 too that I just mentioned, you probably want a lefty in there.
Yeah.
Well, that's Robert Gasser. That's a Kyle Harrison, mentioned in there too. So I would like to see at least one lefty in that rotation.
I could also see Chad Patrick maybe go into relief, just because, I don't really know how you don't put Logan Henderson after what he did last year. He pitched so well last year. I wanted to see him more last year, and we didn't. So, but again, we're so deep. I mean, we still have Sproat to try and fit in, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Woodruff's a lock, we know that you might as well just name him opening day starter. I get it. They're not going to just kind of see. They want to ease in his shoulder and such. I would say Mizorowski's a lock at this point. Quinn Priester is probably a lock at this point. But yeah, you make a good point about Patrick too. I could see him being a long relief op. Do they put Ashby in there? He's a lefty too as a possible short start. The thing is too, okay, that's a typical 5-man rotation. Are the Brewers usually a team that does things typical all the time? So, I mean, that after the first week, it could be completely different.
I mean, realistically, you could have a 7-man rotation if you needed.
They may just go based off of matchups. Yeah. After their first, 3 locks, they might just go based off matchups at that point and do bullpen starts.
Which wouldn't hurt, because I think giving as much rest to Brandon Woodruff as needed is going to be key.
That's a good point.
You're paying him a lot of money. You don't want him hurt again for the postseason. So to be able to give him some breaks in the pitching, and they did that last year too, a little bit, but this year you can give him more than you did last year. So,
and even with, I wonder if that would be a plan for Mizorowski, just for how hard he throws. I think we're all under the assumption that at some point he's going to have an elbow issue. You hate to think that way, but it's almost like if you're a pitcher, you're probably going to have at this point. But yeah, they've built that depth where maybe they want to give, instead of the 5 days, maybe it's a 6-day rest or something. They've got flexibility when it comes to that. So it's definitely going to be interesting to follow for sure. All right, we got to take a quick break. We've got JB says Robin Yount's first love. Daughter is now 50. I floated the idea to my wife that we should name her Yount. Was serious. Not, so she was, what does that say? So was she seriously not impressed? Wife 1. Okay. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. Continue to send us your best duos, best couples, biggest heartbreaks, biggest loves, first crushes, all that good stuff. All right. Text them on over 715-830-1912. We'll be right back after these few words. maybe this could be kind of possible heartbreak, but you were telling me a little bit earlier during the break. What did Iowa pass?
Oh, they passed a bill that states they can now build an NFL stadium.
All right, Bears fans.
Yeah, trying to get the Bears.
Would that? I mean, come on now. Where would that rank on the good old heartbreak scale for all of you? So I know there's a few of you listening right now, so you can be honest. Open up your hearts and let us know how big of a heartbreak that would be. So I don't think we'll have to go through that.
No.
Knock on wood. That would be the ultimate biggest heartbreak, crushing, soul crushing thing if it were to ever happen with Green Bay. 100% sports related. Just, it would be awful.
Yeah.
Awful. So, you got what do you got up there? The Brewers roster, kind of, yeah. They don't even have. So the thing here that Tyler Black was a name that was kind of mentioned. They don't even have him on the depth chart for third base. So I feel like that is probably not in the cards anymore.
Yeah, he's on the depth chart for a left fielder.
Left fielder and first base, I think he was on there too. So yeah, it feels like that's maybe a ship that sailed at this point. It is a little interesting on their depth chart that David Hamilton's listed first, not that part, but Jet Williams is second ahead of Joey Ortiz. So
I find it interesting. Cooper Pratt's on here as well
for shortstop.
Yeah.
Hey, Caleb Durbin. I remember last year he kind of came in, wasn't a guy with a ton of experience at third, and by the end of the season, he was pretty darn solid at third base. So maybe they envision that with Jet Williams at this point in time too. Maybe, but kind of see how it plays out. That's why we get spring training, and we got our first spring training game coming up a week from Saturday on the 21st. So maybe we'll get our first glimpse of that possibly happen. But that is definitely between starting pitching and the third base is going to be the biggest storyline to follow for baseball, for Brewers baseball. So, do we have any more? Oh, we do have another heartbreak. This is from Barb. Barb saying the loss to Denver for the Super Bowl win. So Super Bowl 32 was her biggest heartbreak. Continue to send those. Your first crush as an athlete, first crush athlete, your biggest heartbreaks, the best duos. We've had some good ones. Rogers Adams was the back shoulder throw.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss. Rogers Nelson. Yep. I would go on there too. I don't know if I'd have Favre with a receiver, to be honest with you. I don't know if I could. I don't know if there would. I mean, he's had a few throughout his career, but nothing like a Rogers, Devontae, Rogers, Jordy connection. Obviously, back in the day, you could go some old school football coaches and quarterbacks because like like Starr and Lombardi, since a lot of those quarterbacks called those plays on their own. Montana Walsh I'd throw in there. Good old Billy and Tom. Jordan Pippen, I mean, you go through some of those couples as well. But heck, pitchers, catchers, if you think about some of those too. So, why? Oh, yeah, okay. I was crushing the Dolphins' Malik Willis dreams. Oh, okay. So, all right. Keep those coming. We'll get back to some more of those throughout the morning here. Coming up, so Jake Boakes is going to join us a little bit earlier this morning. So he's going to be with us at 8 o'clock. If you have any questions, outdoor, hunting, fishing related, you have to send us those questions right now. All right, so hit us up with a message on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text, 715-830-1912. So we can get those over to Jake, and he can help answer those for you. So, but I know maybe some of you going for the sturgeon spearing season that opens on Saturday. Maybe you and your Valentine are going to spend it in an ice shanty and go on a little sturgeon spearing and such. So, but if you have any questions, now is the time to please text those on over so we can get those to Mr. Jake. So, Catching up on a couple of previous messages before. We were talking a little bit about Bucks and such. We had a texter, don't have a name, can't give cred, but said that watching Cam Thomas last night dropping 34 was awesome. I'm hoping eventually when he's more comfortable with the team, he can get into the starting lineup and be a fixture. I really hope the Bucks bring him back for next year. Yeah, why not at this? Yeah, I know it's only 2 games in, but even beforehand, I liked the move. If he continues to play this well, yeah, the number's going to go up, but why not bring him back?
I'm interested to see how he plays with Giannis because they're both kind of they both want the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So
that'll be an interesting one to watch for sure. A lot of these guys, how do they play with Giannis? Right? That might be the question. How do they play with Giannis? Or Giannis isn't with the team next year either, so who the heck knows at that point. But I think, you kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier too. I wonder how much, and we'll find out, I think, mostly after the All-Star break, how much this team was affected by all the media talk about Giannis and, trading, and then Giannis kind of calling him out too. We got to play better, team basketball, not selfish basketball. We got to play basketball the right way. Now that the trade deadline has come and gone and he's still there, does that take a little bit of that pressure and that spotlight off this team where his teammates don't have to answer those questions anymore?
Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of the Warriors game last night, and that's kind of what they were saying because the Warriors without Curry are now playing better, but all their players were involved in Giannis talks. And so I was thinking about the Bucks, and I'm like these, I believe they're 4-1 in their last 5, the Bucks are, but they've just been games you can actually pay attention to.
Right.
Like they're not down 30 at halftime anymore. And it just seems like they're playing more free almost.
Yeah, a little bit relaxed and kind of loose in that essence too. So maybe it's I know a lot of people kind of dismiss it, but I think it's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got all that, and that was one of my gripes with the whole thing. For Giannis and trade talk was his teammates were the ones having to answer all the questions. Like they shouldn't be the ones answering about Giannis and that. It should be Giannis. It should always be, the head coach. And yes, Doc Rivers had to answer questions too and such. But I think until Giannis finally started to talk a little bit, it was his teammates that had to answer questions for him, which was kind of the bugaboo. And media's got to do their job. They got to ask somebody, right? I mean, it's a story. They got to ask somebody. I know some people are probably going to say, well, they shouldn't have asked. They're not doing their job if they're not asking. So, but yeah, it just maybe that was something that could get. I hope. I know about the draft pick. You tank, you get a better draft pick and such. But let me throw this scenario to you. Would you rather have them tank, get a better, potentially, because it's not a given, potentially a better draft pick, and take your chances that Giannis is playing next year? Or would you rather see the team play better down this stretch, maybe make the postseason, and Giannis is like, okay, that's, I could see maybe a light at the end of the tunnel here. I could see a lot of positive stuff. What do you think is going to be the best outcome? Maybe to try to get to the postseason where you're riding. I think we all agree they're not going to go far if they do make it into the play-in round. But you're starting to see some stuff to build upon from some of these younger guys, the new additions, where maybe that has Giannis more intrigued, or do you still try to tank and get that worst draft pick, if you will?
Yeah, I think Giannis is more likely to stay if we make the playoffs than if we don't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he'll stay either way because Giannis is an emotional guy, so they're going to lose in the playoffs. And so how he takes that's going to be my question because, we made the playoffs last year and he wanted out. But I don't know if a change would do that. Obviously, drafting a player isn't the fix.
Right.
We need more than just a young player. But yeah, that would be interesting to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we got to take a quick break, and then we're going to be at halftime here. So we'll be right back after these quick words. Got another texter. Don't have a name. Can't give you any credits. So if you want, feel free to send your name with a text so we can give you the proper shout-outs. But favorite or crush/duo, 1983, Lynn Dickey throwing bombs to James Lofton and Jefferson. So, hey, forgot to do the trivia question. If you want to win a free oil change from our good friends at AJM Automotive, they now have 2 locations right here in Eau Claire. So, since it's baseball season, you have to text in your answers, or you can hit us up on the YouTube stream as well in the chat room. And then if we get multiple correct answers, we'll just put them in a randomizer, and we'll see who actually wins that way. That's what we had to do yesterday. John H., congrats. John H., you can't win again today, though, if you're listening, so can't win 2. So, but since it's baseball season, here's your question. Try not to cheat. I know it's hard, but try not to cheat. What was the great Bob Uecker's career batting average?
Oh, wow.
So, I know it's going to be hard not to look it up. I understand that. So, but try not to have a little fun with this one. So, what was Bob Uecker's career batting average? We'll have a little fun with this since it's spring training and pitchers and catchers reporting. Text me your answers, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Or again, you can put it up on the YouTube chats if you'd like. So I am going to ask you what you think it is after we, we'll announce it probably about 8:30 and such. So give you some time, give you about a half hour. I know to do research and then figure it out. But try. I mean, John H., if you're listening, just give a guess. You can't win because you won yesterday. But if you want to give a guess, please feel free to do so. So that is for the AJM Automotive free oil change. So, all right, last call for any questions, too, for Mr. Boakes. I think I saw the truck outside, so I think they're waiting to come in. So, but we'll catch up with Jake Boakes here in just a few minutes to answer your questions. So, last call. Send those on over, 715-830-1912. Continuing to take your favorite duos, since we're doing a little Valentine's love type of day here, even though it's on Saturday. But it's a Takeover Thursday, so we're letting you kind of have free reins of the program. Another topic that you had, should the NFL move away from paying quarterbacks so much money? That was from you, intern. What
Yes.
What made you think of that topic? What kind of spawned that idea?
The fact that we had Sam Darnold and Drake May in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, half of the top 10 highest paid quarterbacks weren't even in the postseason. And so you look at the last 2 Super Bowls, they've been dominated by defensive fronts. And yes, obviously Jalen Hurts is paid a lot and Patrick Mahomes is paid a lot. But you look at this year, even in the final 4 teams from each conference, it was Josh Allen, which was the highest paid out of those 8 teams, and Matthew Stafford, he's not that highest paid compared to everybody else. And so I'm wondering if now's the time where teams will start to kind of put their stamp on, we don't have to pay quarterbacks as much. Because before it's you need the quarterback to win.
Mm-hmm.
But now, I mean, look at Sam Darnold. He just did his job, didn't turn the ball over, didn't make the big mistake, and made the throws he should. And all of a sudden, they're in the Super Bowl and winning it. And so, for me, it was kind of like, can you build a roster when you're paying a quarterback $60 million a year? Is that feasible? Because you don't have the money to put into the front like the Patriots did. You don't have the money to do what the Seahawks did. And so, obviously, to do what they did, you have to go through a period of struggle. But, I mean, the Patriots weren't bad for that long, 1 year. Seahawks weren't bad for that long. I mean, I think they went a little bit under 500 last year. But it's interesting to me that we didn't have a high-paid quarterback in the Super Bowl.
And for a lot of people saying, well, Sam Darnold signed the thing that stands out to me for Sam Darnold's contract is the guaranteed. That's when it comes to these contracts is guaranteed money. Sam Darnold in his 3-year, $100 million deal is only $55 million guaranteed. And you say, well, only 55? Dak Prescott had a guaranteed of $231 million.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow has a guarantee of $219 million.
Deshaun Watson's at $230 million guaranteed.
Yeah. Josh Allen, total guaranteed $250 million. Trevor Lawrence guaranteed $200 million. That is a big difference. And for anybody, I don't know why I enjoy figuring out salary caps. I hate math. Math is the death of me, but when it comes to NFL salary caps, I could talk about that all day, every day. Guaranteed money is the biggest thing when it comes to salary cap hits and dead caps. So the fact that, Sam Darnold may have signed a $100 million deal, but the fact that his guaranteed is only $55 million is, that's pretty darn cheap. Yeah, Matthew Stafford has a $40 million guarantee, but he only signed, I believe it was a 2-year, $80 million contract. So you look at a lot of that stuff. Even like Caleb Williams right now, his guarantee is total guaranteed $39 million. So that is what's helping Seattle quite a bit, is that guaranteed portion. It's not the $100+ million that you see a lot of quarterbacks get these days.
Yeah, and for me, it's crazy to me to think that Patrick Mahomes right now is the 15th highest paid player in the league for a guy his caliber. And now, obviously, when he got paid, he was the highest paid player. But how much it's fluctuated with guys like Kirk Cousins making more, Deshaun Watson making more, Brock Purdy's making more. All these guys, Tua's making more, for goodness sakes. It's crazy what people are making. Mm-hmm. And then you look at their team and you're like, well, they don't have a good defensive front. Their cornerback room sucks. They don't have a defense. And you have so many flaws with these teams, whereas you get down to the Seahawks, you're like, good defense, a quarterback doesn't turn the ball over, game manager does his job. Mm-hmm. Even the Bears, I do not like Caleb Williams, but they've built a good team around Caleb Williams.
Right.
Bryce Young, they've built a good team around him. And you have to have money to be able to do that.
Yep, good stuff. All right, halftime. We'll be back after these quick words. All right, third quarter, third hour, kick it off right now on this Thursday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, no matter how you're listening. If it's on the radio dials, you got a couple of those, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, also available online to stream up at sportstalk1051.com. We'll get back to some more of your texts. Get those answers in for our trivia question if you want to win that free oil change from AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. We got one answer right so far. I'm not going to tell you who, but the question is, what is Bob Uecker's career batting average? Send in your guesses, and if we get multiple ones, we'll just kind of randomly pick from that. So Thursdays, we usually catch up with our guy, Mr. Jake Bulks, around 8:30 and such, but he is with us this morning a little bit earlier and in studio. So good morning, sir.
Morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing all right.
Yeah. So you brought a friend with you, too.
Brought a friend. So brought Brian Flug today. So Brian is the new conservation warden, field warden here out of Eau Claire. Some people know, some don't. I took the supervisor role a couple years ago, and in our training process, it takes a while to get a station backfilled. So Brian, I'll let Brian introduce himself, but he's the new field warden here and already killing it out there. So it's awesome having him in the area.
Nice.
Yeah. Good morning. Great to be here. Like Jake said, got hired with the DNR back in April.
Mm-hmm.
Come from about 20 years of law enforcement.
Okay.
Most of it local here. I'm happy to be with the DNR.
What kind of adjustment has it been? You said 20 years of law enforcement. I mean, is it an easy transition, would you say? Obviously, maybe different fields and areas that you're kind of protecting, essentially.
Right. A lot of it is very similar. I mean, obviously, dealing with the public
Mm-hmm.
on a regular basis. The emphasis, obviously, with the fish and game is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
The law enforcement experience definitely goes a long ways.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, pretend he's not here. How is Jake as a supervisor? I'm just kidding. You don't have to say it.
To be determined.
We have a great team. So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, no, it's awesome having Brian. That experience goes a long way. You know, as a supervisor, it's easy for me because, I don't have to teach him how to be a law enforcement officer or anything like that. He's got the skills. He's probably better than me already in a lot of it. And he's already picking up the game more than way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see him around plenty. If someone texts me or calls me and I might end up just flicking you to Brian. So if you call me and get a call from Brian, that's why, because he's the guy now. So he's the new Eau Claire legend in making. So
nice.
It'll be good.
How big of is it still kind of a learning curve to know all those regulations and such? I know Jake always, every time we talk to him, he's like, he's studying it. I think every time, we chat with him and such.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The DNR training process is awesome. It's a long process,
mm-hmm.
but well worth it. And as everybody knows, regulations do change from time to time, so we got to keep up to date on regulations, just like the users.
Right, exactly. You guys ready for some questions that we already have coming in here?
Oh yeah.
So
hit 'em up.
Big one. We had a couple people asking, and I already kind of gave you a heads up on it. But Saturday we've got sturgeon spearing. So not probably the biggest around here, but probably still people traveling for that.
Yeah,
right?
I would imagine there's plenty of people listening that might even be traveling out there already.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the sturgeon spearing season, I haven't seen what the ice conditions are, what the clarity is on the lake, but it's been cold, so I assume there's enough ice to host a full season if we need it. It will be warm out there,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that might change the water clarity, which is the big thing out there is how far can they see down, can they see the sturgeon if it comes under and stuff like that. But yeah, that's this weekend. The opening weekend's a lot of fun. I used to be the warden out there in Appleton. I think we've talked about that. Yeah. It's a party. Everyone's partying, but even the wardens have a lot of fun. Everyone's in high spirits that opening morning. Everyone, they just want to see a sturgeon. It's a big community out there, so it's a lot of fun. But the regulations there are different. They're more of the old school regulations. So if you are going over there, whether it's your first time or your 50th time, it makes sense to check the regulations and make sure you know exactly what you have to do, because there's a lot of stuff like you can't have a spear in the house before the hours begin at like 7 in the morning. I think it's 7 to 2, 7 to 2 or 7 to 3. somewhere around there. So you can't have a spear in there, outside of the hours. You have to have the hard copy tag with you, and all that kind of stuff. So it's more of those old school stuff. If you don't have it, it's one of those where, like, if you lose it, don't just kind of hope for forgiveness. If you get contacted, it's a very regulated activity. So if you don't have it, don't do it. Try to figure out how to get into compliance before you go and spearing.
Now they've got caps on it, right? So like, what's for somebody going out there, do they just have to follow along with like when the DNR posts it or announces it?
Yeah, I think it's pretty well known out there. Unless the conditions are great, amazing, it doesn't close up that first weekend or anything like that.
Okay.
You can sign up for updates. I get them on my work computer. Like every day, they'll give an update on how many were harvested, the biggest, how many were like a certain breeding female and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of interesting to sign up for those updates. Usually the upriver lake, so that's like Poygan and all that kind of stuff. That season will close before the Winnebago season. They run at the same time, but that quota usually closes first. So those are a higher in-demand tag each year.
Okay. Dave's got a question that just came in. He said, "Morning, gentlemen. Since you're talking about sturgeon spearing, is it legal to spear any other fish during ice fishing season?"
In Wisconsin, like over there, or in Wisconsin in general?
I'm assuming he's Wisconsin general. So I don't know if he's like northern, digging a hole and
Yeah, sure. Like, so Minnesota has like a dark house season, like for northern and stuff like that. Wisconsin doesn't have any other spearing seasons. The only thing we have right now is the sturgeon. There might be different rough fish, different times of the year, stuff like that you could go out there and do. But as far as like, something similar to the sturgeon spearing, we don't have like the Minnesota northern pike.
Could they, I don't know if this is maybe what they're asking too, could they do it if they wanted to, or is it got to be line and sinker for like northern? Like, say I just wanted to go fishing.
Most of it here is it has to be hook and line.
Got it. Okay.
There's no jug fishing, no spearing out of season, no stuff like that, especially for the game fish.
No bow fishing during ice fishing?
Hypothetically, if you found some rough fish, you couldn't bow fish game fish, you never can year round, but hypothetically, I guess if you found some carp, this and that. But the thing is you can't fish through a hole in Wisconsin that's more than 12 inches.
Oh, so that's the key. Okay.
You couldn't go out there and just, out on the east side, they cut big chainsaws because they're allowed to for the spearing. But even during that season, they can't fish out of that hole. They can't have any fishing equipment while they're sturgeon spearing. It's just for sturgeon spearing. So again, hypothetically, if you drilled a 12-inch hole and a carp came under you and you plopped it and tried to get it back through, you could, but it's one of those like you could, but you're not
really
going to.
Try that? Yeah, probably not.
so no, but I think in past spring hearings, I've seen momentum to try to get like a northern spearing season like they have in Minnesota, but I just haven't seen anything more than that.
So I think I've seen like maybe online, like Instagram, like videos of people doing that with northern. So that must be like out of the area.
Yeah, it's across the border. Yep, on the over in Minnesota.
Gotcha.
And other states, but I mean locally it's Minnesota.
So when it comes to sturgeon season for like around here and such, that's more, I mean, that's a different time of the year, right? Because I know we've talked about that before.
That is. So around here, it's all hook and line. The catch and release season has always been September. However, I don't know if we talked about this, this year, it's actually going to be extended.
Okay.
I don't know. I sent out an email on it, but I think it's like June. I think it's either June through the end of the year. It's going to be like mostly a full year of catch and release fishing, with the harvest season, I believe, staying in September. So another reason, not to harp on always checking the regulations, but we do the same thing. We read them. We got a little quick blurb on it a couple weeks ago that it's going to be extended, the catch and release season around here. So you will be able to target sturgeon like on the Chippewa in the middle of the summer and have it be legal with the fishing license and catch and release only and stuff like that, which is a big change because that's never been a thing over here.
Right. Yeah. And I think when we chatted with you a couple weeks ago, it was the panfish change.
Yep.
What was that?
Yeah. The Eau Claire River panfish regulations are all changing to be consistent. So it's not like 10 fish on 10 panfish on a tuna, but then you go up to Big Falls and you get 25. It's going to be 10 across the board, all the way from like the Lake Altoona Dam all the way out to the eastern side of Eau Claire County. So the Eau Claire River all the way out.
Just a kind of a general question, because we didn't get a chance to catch up with you last week and such.
Yeah.
But bow season's now officially done, right? Archery season's officially done.
Yep. All the archery seasons are completed.
Nice. So was this like the first time that it extended to the end of January, or has it been like that for a couple of years now?
Certain areas.
Certain areas.
So there
Okay.
again, we had metro zones in the past that they're extended through January. Now some of the counties had extended through January. So, yeah, but everything is completed now.
All right, so put the bows away and get ready for.
Yeah,
I guess,
I mean, you could technically just kind of refurbish it up for the old turkey season.
I was
Come
just
in
gonna
and
say,
change
right?
the broadhead on it, but
yeah,
it's you're not wrong. I mean, we're getting closer to some spring fishing and turkey than we are winter, especially with this warm up coming.
right. So I mean, with the warm up too, I would imagine for trails, people should be paying attention. If anything hasn't closed, maybe a good chance of it closing.
Yeah,
here.
we'd definitely check into it, but I think pretty much everything is now closed for snowmobile trails.
Around here at least.
Yeah.
It sounds
Yep.
like so.
Yep.
Yeah, around here. Up north, I do know. I mean, Brian was at our snowmobile training last week, and
There's lots of snow up north.
I heard the snow is pretty nice up there. Like, so if you do want to ride still, just go north. Before the warm front takes care of everything. But I mean, there's always a sign. There's always a chance. It's Wisconsin. It's only February, so it could get cold again. It could snow again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to snow at some point again, but you just never know. Probably not time to put the snowmobile away, but definitely monitor the trails, because you do a lot of damage to the trails when it's warm, as well as, especially around here, most of the trails are on private land, and private landowners, graciously allow people to travel on their property. So if you start damaging them or going off trail and stuff like that, that's how the trails end up closing, not just for this year, but for future years.
Gotcha. Got another question coming in here for you, gentlemen. This is from Tony saying, hypothetically speaking, what does the DNR advise when your tree stand is on public land, but there's too much snow on the unmaintained roads to get to the back and try to remove it?
So I guess from a state land standpoint, those still need to be removed every day. So not being able to access it isn't an excuse. So yeah, those need to be removed. County properties, you just have to, if it's on a county-owned property, just check with that specific county. They have different regulations on when tree stands need to be removed. So, but state properties, yeah, it's still the same. Has to be out end of the day.
Is that quite a difference between like the state and the county? Different regulations between the two?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. State has always been the same of every day, and counties are just county by county. However, they have their county ordinances.
Okay, so that's kind of an important maybe distinction.
Yeah,
where
for sure. And we do have like the north of 64 zone where there's some regulations on keeping stands overnight. But to be honest, I've been in Eau Claire for a long time. The wardens around here don't work up there. We don't manage up there, so I'm not familiar with those regulations. So, if I know a lot of the hunters around here go north, so if that's a case up north, again, you want to reach out to the local. One, just follow the regulations. Like Brian said, just because a road is closed or this or that, it's your obligation to follow those regulations. But if you're having issues, contact that property manager or something like that and work through it. But Brian's not wrong. It's a big difference between federal land, county land, state land, private land. So make sure to contact those, local departments or entities to figure out what they want with it.
I was looking at some of the dates, and even for this weekend too, it seems like there's some trapping that will end on the 15th, like raccoon, it looks like, fox, even coyote. For trapping purposes, coyotes year-round for hunting, but trapping-wise, it all ends this weekend too, it looks like.
It does. It's one of those. Those seasons will end, but like you mentioned, there's still opportunity for hunting, and there could be some opportunity for if you're on your own property, some landowner exemptions type stuff. But there's still not a fair amount, but there's still a few open. Beaver and otter and different stuff like that will remain open through April. So definitely still opportunities to go out there and trap if you want.
Yeah, and then I was looking at some other ones. If you're squirrel hunters, you got till the end of the month, it looks like, too. So
yeah,
is that
Squirrels and rabbits.
squirrels and rabbits? Yeah. Now, what about like in the city? I'm just, because we got a bunch of rabbits at our house. Can I take the pellet gun out there?
Hey, you follow the city ordinance, man.
They're ruining my dogwood trees.
Hey, you're a landowner, and it's a nuisance. We have rules that allow. There are rules that allow for stuff like that. But again, when it comes to discharging, a pellet gun is an air gun or air rifle or however. So like depending on how the city restricts it or regulates it, depends on if you can use it or not. But yeah, so that's all city stuff.
Would you say this for you guys, like this kind of time frame, February through the end of March, kind of maybe an important reminder for a lot of people to re-up on ATV stuff? Because I know I got an email saying, it's that March 31st, right? Fishing license and all that sort of stuff, because it's not a typical calendar year, January 1st, everything kind of starts or anything like that. Is this... Can people start to sign up or register, maybe, get their fishing licenses for 2026 right now? Or what would you recommend doing that right now?
I think is it March 1st that the new licenses go on sale?
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I got the same email about the ATV registration. So all that stuff you can update all that stuff right now. Licenses start March 1st. So yeah, you can fish through the end of March, March 31st, but then the new licenses go into effect then April 1st.
Gotcha. All right. And I know we got a big ice fishing tournament coming up this weekend too. Jigs Up.
Yep.
Is, for that. And I know we've talked about tournaments before and such, but still, got to follow the DNR rules, fishing rules and regulations when it comes to tournaments, even big tournaments like that?
Yep, absolutely. Yep, all the same regulations apply. Obviously, keep an eye on your ice conditions. I think we're pretty good with ice. I would expect a huge turnout with looking at mid 40s. It's going to be a beautiful day, a beautiful weekend to be out there. So I would guess that crazy amount of people, and that tournament always draws a lot of people. So
yeah, it does. I know in years past too, it's been really cold, so they're probably looking forward to a nice weekend one for that too.
And that's the importance. Like we obviously have discretion and we work with people and whatnot, but we also have a job to do. And part of our job is making sure that just like, when it comes to baiting during hunting, is having it fair for everyone. So just because it's warm and doesn't mean you can go out and drop 6 tip-ups and you're jigging and doing this. So it's not like it should be a fun party, party atmosphere, however you want to enjoy the tournaments. But again, like, it's not just a free-for-all. So when you get out there, make sure you're following those regs because, the wardens will be out. Like you said, it's going to be a fun, warm weekend. Trails will be closed. Hunting season isn't here. So we're going to be focusing on fishing and ice fishing, and there is a lot of tournaments around in the area. So we'll be out there. So have fun. Just make sure to, be in compliance, follow those regs. And at the end of the day, it's fair. It's not fair if you win a tournament or win a category because you had 7 tip-ups out and, the kid next to you was doing it right. So.
Right. Speaking of warmer weather, we got a text here from Dave saying, with the warmer weather, I'm thinking about going out and looking for sheds. Do I need a permit or anything like that to go shed hunting?
No, Wisconsin does not have any permitting requirements for shed hunting. So, yeah.
Free for all at that point, right?
Yeah. Should be. I would guess that a lot of the deer are probably starting to drop. I did see a buck here the other day that still had both sides, but I would guess that they're definitely starting to shed. So that should be heating up here.
So kind of with that too, Jake, I know we've mentioned, running into a carcass or such, maybe a good reminder say if somebody is going out there in the woods and they happen to find a deceased deer, can they take those antlers? Do they have to still call the DNR and inform them? What's that process like?
So the best process is take a picture of it, contact us. It has to be, if you are going to keep it, it has to be completely clean.
Okay.
So if there's any hide, any fur left on it, that needs to be reported to us. So we always recommend that if you find something like that, take a picture of it. look up on the DNR website, find your local warden, give them a call. We all have cell phones. You can send photos of what you found, where you found it, and just go through the proper permitting process, I guess, for that.
Mm-hmm. So, like, if we find, like, let's say a clean coyote kill and it's like down to the bone and that sort of thing, is that something somebody should still call the DNR, take a picture of, or is that kind of?
No, if you have a small game license, stuff like if you have a small game license and animals are in season, you can pick up stuff like that. You know, anyone can pick up a roadkill rabbit if it's in season and you have a license, stuff like that. You don't need any tags or permits or authorizations on stuff like that. When it comes to bigger stuff, turkeys, bear, deer, you know, those are the ones we have to sell per state law. If you find it like on your back 40 or whatever, if they're car killed, those are all free, turkey, bear, and deer. But a lot of the smaller stuff, you know, again, if it's in season, stuff like that, you can do it. If you find badgers and different stuff on the side of the road, there are ways you can keep those. But again, like Brian already said, if you find stuff that's unique, like a badger or a bobcat, it's out of season, you find deer with a bunch of meat on it, take a picture and give us a call before you do anything, because it's obviously our job to know what to do with it. So we'll tell you right away, like how to handle it, what to do, what not to do, and if we need to meet up or if we need to mail you a tag or whatnot. So
Okay. Another texter asked, I heard you guys talking about turkey hunting season, and somebody mentioned a bow. Is there any restrictions on what type of firearm or weapon to use when you go turkey hunting?
Yeah, so it has to be a shotgun as far as a firearm related. So more than one projectile, or you can use archery equipment. So the archery equipment is, you can use traditional equipment, you can use compound. So those are all legal, but the firearm restriction is the shotgun.
Okay, so you do have to use a shotgun when you're
shotgun, or the main part of it is, you can't use a rifle, but is the single projectile. So you can't shoot a turkey with single projectiles. So whether it's that or, you know, a handgun or whatnot, it's got to have multiple projectile type ammunition. So.
Gotcha. Because that's going to be coming up. It's like less than or about 2 months from today or something like that.
Probably.
Right?
It's usually mid-April.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I actually got first season 2 for the first time ever, and
man,
we'll see how that, you know. Well, some years it's great. Some years you get a snowstorm where you want to be out sitting on a warm day, you know, a warmer day, you know, relatively speaking. But I don't really want to be sitting in 8 inches of snow if you get a snowstorm. But I'm excited just because I've never had it before. But you're right, it is almost exactly 2 months to the date. And then, you know, the week or two before that is the youth season.
One,
so you know, there'll be a lot of hunters already out on the move and stuff like that for that. So
we got one more question here if you guys got time here.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
This one I don't have a name to go to, but it says, with the warmer weather, is there any concern about bears coming out of dens right now?
It's still pretty early. Obviously, as soon as we start getting warm up and we get those south-facing slopes and snow starts to melt, they can come out. It seems to me like we're probably a little bit early yet.
Okay.
But if we get mid-40s and upper 40s and then it continues for, you know, another 2-3 weeks, it looks like in another week we're going to cool back down. So I wouldn't expect them to be coming out quite yet. But once we get into March and get some nice warm weather, sunny weather, I would expect it more at that time.
Okay.
Right. And biologically, I mean, they know what the right time of year is. If they come out and there's no food accessible, stuff like that, you know, they know that from you know, history. So they'll figure it out. But I think Brian's 100% right. You might see one or two here. If there is some, you know, a lot of times, usually when we see them, it's because the snow melts and there was one staying in a culvert or something and it floods out the culvert. So it's not really coming out because it wants to. It's because it doesn't want to drown, and then it tries to find somewhere else. So I wouldn't have too many concerns with it yet.
One more question actually just came in, just a general question. They were wondering, did you hear about the cougar that was found in Adams County that was deceased by the railroad tracks? I don't know. Okay.
No, I
haven't heard anything.
Okay, because I think we talked about a mountain lion or cougar a couple weeks ago about a sighting.
Yep,
so.
One kind of worked its way through northern Chippewa County, and that one was tagged, and everyone was pretty familiar with that. I thought maybe someone else mentioned that they saw one near St. Croix, but I don't know if that was ever confirmed or not. So, but definitely no dead ones that I've heard about.
Yeah, so this is actually from the Journal Sentinel. I just looked it up. Town of Adams.
Adams County.
Was found February 9th, and it was a collared one. So on the railroad tracks. I don't know if they suspicious or just, I don't know. But yeah, it's just out there. But maybe just a good reminder if you do see something.
Yeah, we have
trail cameras and that.
Yeah, trail camera stuff like that. I did talk with an individual last week that thought they saw one. And I always point people to the same spot. We have, if you just type in Wisconsin DNR and cougar, it's going to bring you to a form. Basically, it's going to bring you to a page, but it's got a form that has, I think it's titled like Wildlife Observation Report or something. If you want it documented, stuff like that, fill out that form. It's pretty easy. You can upload pictures, everything like that. And if you upload some pictures, talk about where it is, and give your contact information, someone will follow up with you because they want to corroborate it and stuff like that. So clearly we don't have any, reproducing cougars in the state, and I don't even think we have much of a population, but it's not uncommon anymore for them to be traveling through in their juvenile stages and stuff like that. So if you want to document it, and I think I talked about this with that individual too, is like whether you see a cougar or a moose or a lynx or Bigfoot, I mean, you can use that form to put it in, and the wildlife staff or whomever will follow up with you for confirmation and corroboration.
Okay. Yeah, I was just reading a little bit there. It looks like this was the one that was in Chippewa County.
Oh, really?
With the
Is that
collar
one?
on there.
Huh.
So
interesting.
But, yeah, they're doing their due diligence and assessing
and
it.
I think we've talked about it before, and that's how the way the DNR is like the term DNR is kind of like an umbrella term. We all we're in the law enforcement division. There's a wildlife division, forestry, external services, yada yada yada. So we all have our own kind of lanes and stuff like that. And a lot of like the cougar management biology, the animal biology and stuff like that obviously goes under the wildlife. So we work with them, but a lot of, just like they don't always know what we're doing. We don't always know what they're doing necessarily, or what the information's coming in. So.
Right. Sometimes I feel like you guys get the brunt of the criticism sometimes, like, why is this a law and all that sort of, it's like, but you guys don't decide that, you just enforce it. Right, you've said that a few times.
Yeah,
so.
we just enforce it, and that's fine, and that's all right with us.
Yeah. What do you think is the biggest question you get between cougars or wolves? I just have to ask.
I would say that wolves, just because obviously there's a lot more of those in the state of Wisconsin. So the cougar things gets a lot of publicity because it's kind of an exciting new thing. But I would say definitely the wolf sightings and comments about wolves are definitely much more frequent.
Yeah, it's just like any other animal, they seem to be doing well, and they're kind of encroaching in a sense. They're coming further south and stuff like that, and so I think more people are just seeing them, and we're learning to live with them more. And so yeah, Brian's totally right. Definitely a lot more calls on wolves.
Yeah. Probably because maybe it's more rare too, so it's almost like, wow, that's a cougar sort of thing. Right?
Oh yeah,
it's like holy. I remember when I was a kid, a moose would make the front page of our Taylor County Medford newspaper when it went through Hannibal or something like that.
Yep. I was just going to say that a few years ago when we had the moose come through the area.
Yep.
Obviously, that gets a lot of stories and excitement, just because you don't see them typically.
Right. I still argue with my 8-year-old. He thinks he saw a moose like a couple years ago at Miller Dam. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, did you have a dream or something? I don't know what he was thinking, but
you never know.
Yeah, you never know. So, well, guys, thanks for hanging out with us this morning for a while here. Appreciate it. Brian, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Great to meet you. So, Jake, keep on keeping.
Yeah, no, we always appreciate you having us in. It's a lot of fun to answer questions and get in here and chat with you.
I know we'll have to do another maybe in studio, maybe fishing season or something like that. The opener in that too. So
for sure,
turkey too. So
yeah,
that's always a big one, right? So, all right, guys, thank you. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. Big thanks again to Jake and Brian for hanging out with us this morning and answering your questions. That's what makes this one unique. Not many sports shows do you get ask a question to a DNR warden to make sure you're not in violation when it comes to hunting and fishing. And then, I always learn. I mean, you mentioned you go hunting once in a while, too. I do the same. Feel like I always learn something left and right, too. So, but no, always thanks. Always big thanks to Jake and now Brian, too, for taking the time to help answer the questions, your questions that you may have. So never be shy. Don't think there's no, your teachers back in the day said this. It's true, though. There's no such thing as a stupid question. So, especially if you don't want to get in trouble with anything. So, hey, just to kind of reset everything, if you're just maybe tuning in and such, we're having a little fun today because it's Valentine's Day on Saturday, but also it's a Takeover Thursday. Who was your first big crush athlete-wise, like your first favorite athlete? Who did you have the posters up in your room? If you were a sports fan, you probably had. Do you know what a poster is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I always wanted a Jair Alexander poster.
Nice.
So
All right.
never got one, but
nice. They were. I think back in my day. Now, this is what I miss about fairs. Okay, so like county fairs and such. Our rooms were decked. There was the balloon and the dart game.
Yep.
Instead of these stuffed animals that they all have now, they had framed pictures. So, like, I would always deck out my room. There's a Shaq. There's a Packers one. It was so easy. 3 darts. You hit 3 balloons. You get a framed picture.
Wow.
So, I was like, I wish they still had that.
Bring that back. There you go.
I know, right? I mean, cheap paper frame, but who cares?
Yeah.
It had a glass and a picture of your favorite athlete on there. So, but who was your favorite athlete, first crush? Best couple in sports, a.k.a. duo. Biggest heartbreak, season-wise, or maybe seeing your favorite player go somewhere or whatever the case may be. And your favorite season. What was your favorite season as a sports fan? So hit us up. All right, join in on the combo, 715-830-1912. I'm trying to think who were my first posters. I had a Dion one. I had a Shaq one. I switched them. I know I had probably a Favre one, too, back in the day. Tiger I did. That was a little bit later on, too. So, but I had a top 50. This was when I was a kid. The NBA came out with their top 50 players of all time. And I had a poster that had every person on there.
Oh, wow.
So now it's like 7. They just, a couple years ago had their top 75. So that made me feel old. But I remember having it and then like debating it. Because I remember at that time, the big debate was, did Shaq deserve to be on there?
Oh.
Because it was still kind of fresh. And he was just with the Lakers, I think. But they put Shaq on there. And now you look back at it, it's like, well, duh.
Yeah.
Why isn't he on there? So that was, I remember, good old little Dan and Medford and debating about that. So
I think my generation kind of went towards like trading cards. Like I have a lot of trading cards.
Oh, mine was, I would go do trading cards back when I was a kid. It was the best.
Yes.
I get a $3 allowance and only $3. And you go to the Ben Franklin store on Main Street and boom, pick up a couple packs of cards and such. I still remember the one day I went with a friend of mine and this was like an era time frame. Like I can't remember the year exactly or the brand, but they did rookie reprints for basketball cards. And they were like really cool. So I got a pack and opened up and I had a Dr. J rookie reprint. Wow. And I'm like, oh, it's awesome. It was worth, like maybe $20. And my friend I went with picked like the pack after me. He got a Jordan.
Oh.
I was so upset because it was worth way more.
Yeah.
Way more. I don't know what it's worth to this day. I know that Dr. J one ain't worth nothing anymore. But I was like, you've got to be kidding me. The iconic Michael Jordan rookie reprint.
Yeah.
But I miss those days. And now we got a lot of card shops, so we could kind of go back to it and such. But, it is Thursday, so it's a little inside the hobby such. I think I asked you, like, Jair, was it for you for cards, or you wanted a Jair rookie card or something?
I have a Jair. I have a Savage. I have a BJ Raji. Flashback to him. I love that man.
Nice.
I was kind of just into cool players when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But It's fun.
I have so many. Like when I was younger too, it was, I didn't care really the year because I remember I'd get boxes all the time and just open box because they were so cheap. It was like $20. So I have a crap ton of like Larry Birds and Magic Johnsons and all that. Oh gosh, yeah, John, I remember the Beckett price guide books from back. Dude, Beckett and Tough Stuff, or yeah, was it Tough Stuff? I think it was Tough Stuff, the thicker one. I'd get those all the time, and you're just looking it up to what your card's worth. Oh, they still make the Beckett ones, but not like they used to. Because if you go to the bookstore in town, Books A Million, they have them on the shelf. But then I'm like, is that the value? Do you go to eBay?
Yeah.
Which one is it? So, but oh yeah, I remember having so many of those magazines every month. I'd try to get a new one. Tough Stuff and Beckett.
Yeah. For us, it was like, obviously we were young, so we're like, oh, this card's got to be worth so much. Like my brother has Josh Allen rookie card, a Patrick Mahomes rookie card, a J.J. Watt rookie card, and we're like, they're going to be so much money. Not really, but
you don't know now.
Yeah.
Nobody thought Tom Brady's rookie was going to be worth
True.
anything. So that's like when Hudson gets these cards, and it's like, well, he's like a rookie 7th round draft pick. I'm like, just wait a few years, just in case. Don't be the one that got rid of it because you didn't think they were going to play at all. So, but yeah, in my man cave, I've got a display, and I'm going to put, and I started doing it, my favorite players and getting their rookie cards in there.
okay.
So right now I've got Favre, Rodgers, Love, Reggie White, Deion Sanders, Shaq, Penny. I think there's a couple more, and I just can't blank. Whatever Hudson put in there. So, but those are probably mine so far, and a couple of my favorite ones that are not rookies.
Okay.
So, but
Yeah.
Oh, I love those Beckett. Yeah, John. Now you just went down good old memory lane. I wish I would have kept some of those old ones for sure. All right, hey, we got to do some catch up though, so we got to take another quick break here, and we're gonna have to take another one and such. So we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, just a heads up, we will have to take one more quick break just because we went a little long with our outdoors chat, but hey, that's okay. Let's do a quick update on the Olympics with the medal count, shall we? So right now, I mean, it's getting close. It's getting tight for the overall lead in terms of total medals. We've got Italy at 14, but Norway's 13. USA's got 13 as well, so they're right behind them. It looks like gold. Norway still has the most with 7. So, but then we've got Austria, coming in at 4th with 11. The Japan has 9 overall. So, but I would expect that's probably going to see some more shuffling as we get a little bit deeper and deeper into the medal count here too. So, I know we kind of in the first hour chat a little bit about it, but it seems like, just to kind of rehash it, you're going to be paying attention, Intern Carter, more with like when hockey really kind of gets going here. On the men's side?
Yeah, men's. I pay attention to women's as well, but that really isn't a competition until Canada. So.
Yeah, and that was a heck of a win by the women's team the other day, blanking Canada 5-0. So first time I think they said Canada's gone scoreless in an Olympic game.
Wow.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's nuts. So, and as we mentioned a little bit earlier too, Wisconsin making some news in the 1,000 meter speed skating. Jordan Stolz setting the Olympic record for that. So winning the gold, but setting the new Olympic record. So might want to remember that name. I don't think it's going to be going anywhere anytime soon in terms of collecting some more hardware and maybe even setting some more records and such too. So, but I got a couple minutes yet before I have to take that final break and such too. So we've got NBA All-Star Weekend. How jacked are you? Is that something you get excited for or not?
Absolutely
really?
not.
Okay, good.
No.
Good. So we don't need to talk about it then.
No.
So we don't need to. Bobby Portis is in a 3-point contest, so good luck, Bobby. Hopefully they
That's
can.
how much of a joke that is.
Dame's in it, and he hasn't even played this
he's
year
injured.
too. So, but I think we got to get some of the. I want to see Larry Bird in it. I want to see the old Reggie Miller back in it. Let's get some of the old timers and the veterans.
I did see one of the. I think it's the Rising Stars competition has a former NBA player in it. So like Dylan Harper, and then Ron Harper Jr. are competing with their dad. So
That'd be
neat.
cool.
Yeah,
Ron Harper. Oh, now that's going to my childhood. So, all right. We will take our really quick break here, and then we're going to be right at the top of the hour and wrapping things up with the final hour. So send us your biggest heartbreaks in the sports world, your first crushes in the sports world, like your favorite athlete, favorite season as a sports fan too. We'll revisit all that coming up in the final hour. So really quick break, and when we come back, we'll probably just have about a minute or two, and then we got the news. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few seconds. All right. Again, just a couple minutes left, and then we'll be entering the final hour on this Thursday show. Oh, I see apparently the Browns reportedly have interest in adding Malik Willis. I hope for Malik Willis' sake, don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it. That's where quarterbacks go to just become irrelevant. So, plus, I mean, they got to figure out what they're doing with the guys on their roster already.
Yeah.
Right? Shador, Dylan Gabriel. What the heck is Deshaun Watson's status?
Yeah.
Malik, please. I know you want to cash in, and he should cash in. Just don't go to Cleveland.
Or the Jets,
Yeah.
right? Like, no.
Don't go to those two. Miami, sure. Why not? See, you're familiar with the coach, right? You spent
Cardinals maybe, but
yeah, at least Miami. You'd have at least Jalen Waddle to throw to. We'll see about Tyreek Hill if he's going to be hanging around or not. So, but I was seeing a lot of people kind of saying it might be similar. Malik Willis's contract might be similar to like what Justin Fields was when he went to the Jets, like a 2-year, $40 million type of deal. Which I completely get that.
Yeah.
I could see that happening. So, but I based off a lot of these free agents, if he gets a nice contract, for assuming Romeo Doubs does, and Walker, and maybe both the Walkers, Green Bay might be getting some decent comp picks, not for this draft, but for the following draft.
Yeah.
So might be loading up in that department at least. So I guess that's one positive thing to look at it for losing those guys. So I know there was a rumor over Super Bowl weekend that Green Bay and Dobbs were going to do a little talking. I just like maybe coming back. I don't want that to stunt the growth of Matthew Golden. So
to keep it short, it's time for him to go. I love Dobbs. He was my favorite player until we got Golden, but he's kind of a head case. He had that weird situation where he was like sitting out a little bit almost, and it's time for him to move on. I love the guy. He's a fine player, but let's let Matthew Golden see the field.
yeah, I think you have to allocate your resources elsewhere besides bringing in another receiver, or keeping another receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Let's focus on Christian Watson and continuing to develop Matthew Golden. Still got Jaden Reed. Dontavian Wicks, when he's had opportunities, has been pretty. To me, that's a solid 4. And then you throw in Tucker Kraft. You've got plenty of options, I think, from a receiving standpoint. So, and then of course they love Bo Melton. So I mean, they'd probably throw him out as wide receiver number 1 if they could at this point at times. So for crying out loud, man. All right, shot clock's gonna cut me off here. So we got the final hour coming up, the happy hour. After these quick news updates, hit us up with your first athlete crushes. Let's get some good ones out there. You have them. All right, who was the poster that was hanging up in your room? My boss Phil right there. I know his. It was Barry Sanders, just like my best buddy Jake back in Medford. Barry Sanders too.
There you
So
go.
good ones there. All right, final hour kicking off right now on this Thursday morning, Friday Eve. Thanks for hanging out with us and tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in from. Hit us up with a quick thought on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line hangouts on the YouTube chat. We revamped the YouTube channel to call it Man Cave TV now.
There you go.
I like that, Man Cave TV. So revamping it up, trying to sound a little fancy over there. So that other voice, of course, is intern Carter sitting across the way. We're having a little Valentine's Day love affair with it being a couple, because tomorrow's Friday the 13th. Are you superstitious or just a little stitious?
I don't know.
I'm very superstitious.
Okay.
Not like, I think, okay, I'm superstitious, but I also probably, some people might call it a little OCD in some aspects of it too. But, you know, like sports-wise, were you superstitious when you played football or anything like? Did you do something like, always had to wear the same socks or same meal or anything like that?
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
See, for me, for sports, it's only during football season. I got to wear a Packer thing on game day. If I don't and they lose, I blame myself.
So I can start blaming you?
Yep.
Okay.
If I didn't wear it.
Okay.
Even like if I'm hunting. Oh, and it's always got to be the Friday. So like if they got like a Sunday game or a Monday game, I got to wear something Friday.
What about Thursday game?
I just got to wear it Thursday.
Okay.
So, but I'll probably still wear something Friday too, just to kind of keep that in there. So like even if I'm hunting that day on Friday, there's a Packer shirt underneath somewhere. But I'm always covered though too, because I do have a tattoo. So I'm always covered that way. But that's one of mine. Like when we won Super Bowl 45, because I had a hand in it. I hate that. Why did I just say that? When Green Bay won the Super Bowl 45, I didn't wash my Aaron Rodgers jersey all season long. And I went to, half the home games. So 5. I went to 5 home games and I never washed it. But once the playoffs started, this is where it gets disgusting. I didn't wash, so I had a white long sleeve that I wore under it because, cold weather,
Yeah.
but also a T-shirt under that. I didn't wash those either. And every Friday I wore it, and every Sunday on game day I wore it or Saturday during the playoff run.
Yikes.
It worked. They won. So
Next year, run it back.
And I'm like, after that, threw it in the wash, and they haven't been back since. So
That's
I probably
the problem. You should have never washed it.
Never washed it. But yeah, I would go to work wearing that. I'm like, I can't screw this up. I can't screw it up. Might have been a little extra heavy each day on the cologne and stuff,
Yes.
just to kind of mask something. But yeah, that's where I'm superstitious in a lot of stuff. I've gotten better at that, where I don't have to wear like the same jersey or same shirt if they go on a little bit of a winning streak. Now I'm not all about that, but yeah, I was pretty bad, and I was maybe just desperate in 45, Super Bowl 45. So I'm trying to remember like playing. I think I had stupid stuff. I remember baseball one time. I always had to wear my socks a certain way, but after that, I wasn't. I don't have a certain. I know some people listen to certain music, but Wade Boggs, they always ate chicken or whatever that story was. So I know some people get that way.
Yeah, I didn't ever do any of that.
No, I'm not black cat sort of thing. That I'm not superstitious with that stuff. Breaking a mirror, no.
Walking under ladders or whatever.
No, I'm not all about that. Now, if Friday the 13th is playing or something like, as a kid, I would always go to back in the day we had movie stores, Carter. I'd walk down and get a VHS tape and watch Friday the 13th on Friday. I don't know why they allowed a 10-year-old to rent that, but it was a town of 4,000 people, so they probably didn't give a whole lot back then. So, but that used to be a tradition for me. So,
There you go.
Yeah. What do we got? So yeah, send us your first crushes and such. So Jair was your first one, or
No.
you had to have somebody else before Jair, right?
I love Jordy Nelson.
Jordy
Nelson, I was a big fan of.
Mm-hmm.
But
Who doesn't love Jordy Nelson?
Yeah, I really never had like the overarching favorite player.
Okay.
Just like I liked a lot of guys, and Jordy Nelson was probably my favorite, but I never really had that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I'm curious. I'm gonna pick your brain here because like back in my day, and this is more maybe for baseball and basketball to an extent too, you always tried to model your game after your favorite player. So for me, or one of the best players, so when I was in basketball, I'm not as big and I didn't play the position, but like Shaq, his little, post up and little hop and little hook shot and such. But then it was like Penny Hardaway or Jordan and such. Baseball, you tried to emulate your favorite player's batting stance.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever do that with any players?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For baseball, I stopped playing like 3 years ago, but my batting stance was Christian Yelich. Just when he was good, that was my stance. And then obviously basketball, it's everybody wants to be like Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the bane of my third grade coaching right now. Is
Yes.
Everybody wants to shoot like Steph Curry.
Yes, even a senior, I still want to shoot like Steph Curry. So.
Yeah, after every practice, what are they doing? Half court shots. And last night, my kid would not leave until he made one.
Wow.
And we were there for a bit, but he made one.
There you go.
Now, this was half court shot, so at least it was a little bit better. Not full on half court, but still. I'm just seeing Steph Curry, I will argue to this day, has been one of the most influential athletes of all time.
Yeah.
And when I say influential, like changed the game because of his shooting. When you think about athletes that have changed the game, you look at how, the trickle-down effect. Third graders, all these youngsters, they want to shoot like Steph Curry. They want to shoot deep one. It's not the turnaround fadeaways like when I was younger that everybody wanted to do with Jordan and having the tongue hang out or Kobe. Now it's like, how far can I shoot and make it? Caitlin Clark, kind of the same thing, right? Yeah. So that's where I will argue this day Steph Curry is one of the biggest influences in basketball of all time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because of his style of play. And I remember watching him at Davidson, and Wisconsin went up against Davidson in the tournament, and they killed us. I was in college. And I remember thinking, great, he won't, Del Curry's kid won't last in the NBA. That won't work in the NBA. Boy, was I wrong. Wouldn't be the first and wouldn't be the last time either. So, but, and there's like, for me, Tiger Woods was another one because great, all-time great. But I've always said he made it cool to golf when I was a kid because even when I was younger, I think golf still had this stigma. Got to have a lot of money. You got to be fancy. You got to dress nice and all that. And nobody really wanted to play golf to it. But Tiger made it cool for kids when I was younger, growing up. Well, okay, you mean if I play golf now, I'm going to be cool? Because Tiger's doing it. So that's where I think obviously what he has done on the course and records at is amazing. But he transcended that game and made it cool, I think, for a lot of generations to where a lot of younger people now, I think, are golfing. It may not directly tie to Tiger, but I think you kind of pinpoint back to it, too.
I love golfing. Not very good at it, but it's fun.
But that's the thing, though, too, right? How many people now, like younger people, say they like golfing. They may not be great at it, but they enjoy it because it wasn't that long ago. If you retired, then you take up golfing or something. It wasn't really viewed upon for a younger, generation to go play golf. So, I wish I could go. I'm not saying it's cheap by any means because you got to go pay and clubs and that. I wish I could go a whole lot more than I do now, but that's where you look at a lot of these different types of sports. It's so much on what's available for people to do cheap, right? Basketball, you can go to the park and shoot hoops on a hoop. Baseball is probably I shouldn't say everybody, but for a lot of people, their first introduction to organized team sports. So, I mean, that's when we were younger, go shoot hoops or go to the ball field and hit baseballs and such. So, all right. Tell you what, let's take a quick break and then let's get back to some more baseball talk, Brewers-wise, as we've got pitchers and catchers reporting. Pat Murphy chatted a little bit yesterday with the local media. What did he have to say about the third base options for the Brewers? Also, if you have not voted on our Post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question. You can go to our Facebook page right now. We asked, based off of the baseball prospectus projection, do you think the Brewers are going to win more than 80 games, fewer than 80 games, or right at 80? And holy moly, 92% right now saying over 80 games. So we'll take a quick break and get your thoughts on that coming up after these quick words. So I got to bring it up before we get to some baseball talk. What was your favorite, or what is your favorite football movie of all time?
Remember the Titans is a good one.
It's a good one. I bring this up because one of my favorites Varsity Blues, James Vanderbeek passing away. The Mocs. Yeah. I think at least back in a little bit of road trips for games, that movie was always put up. Remember the Titans and Varsity Blues were the popular ones. So, yeah, the Mocs passing away yesterday. So, what was your favorite football movie, everybody? All right, send it on over. All right, send it on over. 715-830-1912. So, let's, by the way, we do have a winner for the, I forgot to mention it. I did text, so check your text. We had a couple Wades. Wade D. I don't know if they want me to say their last name. So Wade D got it right for the trivia for Bob Euchre. What do you want to guess? Career batting average for Bob Euchre.
Oh, man. This is just a shot in the dark. 253.
Way lower. I shouldn't say way lower, but lower.
220s?
Lower.
Really?
200. A solid batting average of 200.
Just flat? Wow.
Yeah, yep. So, again, I know we had a couple of Wades texting in, but Wade D, I did text you. If you got a text from me, means you are our winner. But we'll have another one coming up tomorrow, our last one for our AJM Automotive free oil change. So, all right, speaking of Brewers, let's talk a little Milwaukee Brewers here. So, of course, we're at that time of year with camp opening and pitchers and catchers, projections galore right now. And one of the more popular ones, projections, the Pacoda projections for baseball, they've got their wins and losses. And for the Brewers, they have the Brewers finishing second in the NL Central, but they have them projected to win 80 games, to go 80-82. So we put that up as a poll question. That's why we came up with 80. We used the Pacoda projections. A lot of you, majority, saying Brewers will win over 80 games. So I think we kind of both agreed probably going to be over 80 games here. When now with camp starting to open up and pitchers and catchers, we're getting work in. Yesterday, you probably saw some of the stuff with Brewers, Woodruff, and such, getting some work in. One of the other questions, though, is going to be who's manning third. And that projection, Pacoda had actually Joey Ortiz, 70% of this time was going to be at third, they projected. Well, not if you listen to Pat Murphy yesterday. A couple of quotes from Pat Murphy saying about Ortiz playing third, quote, "I don't think so. I think he's our shortstop. He played good last year, and I expect him to play better this year. I just feel when a guy is your shortstop an entire year, when he comes back into camp, he's probably your shortstop." So, I mean, that's, again, it could change. It possibly could change. But it feels like right now Pat Murphy is going in with Joey Ortiz at short, Bryce Farang at second, and kind of an open competition for third base right now. And if you look at, you have it up right now, you look at third base or the depth chart for Brewers.com, they list David Hamilton, Jet Williams, and then Joey Ortiz as the third option at third base. I don't think Brewers fans are going to like it, but I do think it's going to be David Hamilton.
Do you?
Yeah.
I was just going to ask, do you think it would be best for them to move Ortiz to third?
I mean, he played really, really well. I almost feel like if Jet Williams impresses offensively, I almost wonder, do you put Jet Williams, bring him up, or you start the season with him, and if his best spot is short, put him at short and then Joey Ortiz at third.
Mm-hmm.
I almost feel a lot's going to come down to the play of Jet Williams.
Yeah. I think a move to third could just help Ortiz, just because third's just an easier position defensively than shortstop.
And Joey played really well at short last year, too. So he obviously has proven defensively he can do both. Now, the big question is with Ortiz, what can he do offensively? Can he 2 years ago when he was playing third, I think we'd take those offensive numbers from Joey Ortiz. For whatever reason, he just lacked a lot of confidence last year at the plate. And what was his 2024 number where he was 239, and last year he finished 230. But there were points in 2024 when he was like in a really good streak where he was actually batting third in the lineup.
He had 56 walks in 2024. It just felt like last year, near the end of the year, he was an automatic out. Like,
and you look at, here's something that's kind of interesting. So 2024, he had 56 walks. Last year, he had 27. But 2024, he struck out 103 times. Last year, only 74. It felt like every time he was up, though, when there was 2 outs, it was either like a ground out or a pop up. There wasn't a threat.
And bases loaded. I mean,
yeah,
felt
exactly.
Like all the time he was up.
I mean, his on base percentage really dropped down. His slugging dropped down. His OPS, I mean, 2024, he was a 727. That's respectable. Last year, just 593. That's not going to get it done. They got to be better at that.
But yeah, that on base percentage, like you said, dropped drastically.
I feel like Hamilton's going to be the guy. I do. So last year, if I remember correctly, the opening day roster for third base for the Brewers was Oliver Dunn, and who was the other one?
Vinny Capra.
Vinny Capra. That's right. Because Vinny Capra had a good spring.
Yeah.
He was tattooing the ball. So they went with that route, and then those two flamed out.
And he had a home run on opening day, actually.
Yeah. And then that's when Caleb Durbin came up. Is that going to be something similar maybe for Jet Williams? Very well could be. Maybe they go with Hamilton. Jet Williams begins the year at AAA, and then eventually his number is called. They might follow that same path as they did last year with Caleb Durbin.
Yeah. The only thing is, I wonder if Jet Williams just does start in the MLB just because we traded all 3 third basemen.
Yep.
So we need some depth. So
because right now he is a primary backup.
I wonder
if we look at the depth chart,
if he does start in the MLB and maybe like a Cooper Pratt. I still think he's a year away though. I don't know.
Because Jet's not on the 40-man yet. Probably will be.
Yeah.
You're going to have 2 catchers now with Contreras, and they got Jefferson Cure on there, but it's going to be Gary Sanchez.
Yeah.
Andrew Vaughn. I think Jake Bowers makes the team as the left-handed option at first. Bryce Terang. I think they keep 4 outfielders. Jackson, Blake, Frelick, of course. Jackson, Blake, Garrett, Frelick.
And Yelich,
but then he's like the DH. So that's 5. And then you throw in the pitching side because a lot of those guys can eat multiple innings, so maybe you don't need to keep as many pitcher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, where you don't
relief pitchers.
Oh, and the relief pitcher we're not really talking a whole lot about is Craig Yoho, who has got all the talent in the world potentially.
He got hit around last year, but
Uribe's going to be. They already have him as closer. Trevor McGill. I would be surprised if he still gets traded, but right now he's on the roster. You got Jared Koenig. He's going to be on there. Aaron Ashby's going to be on there. Zerpa's going to be on there. Man,
they're so deep.
I feel like
in some positions
they get in a position where they have a lead heading into the 6th or 7th. They're going to be feeling good that they're going to come away with a victory.
Absolutely.
If they can hand their bullpen a lead in the 6th or 7th, I think they're feeling really good at that. The question is just going to be, are we going to – this was a few years ago, but it was that offense that didn't score a whole lot. They had a really good pitching staff, and it felt like you're handing the ball off to their final 3. Oh, was it who was the 3? I think Jeremy Jeffress was the setup guy. Josh Hader, I think, was kind of the 7th inning guy at that point and such. Was it Corey Knebel?
Yeah, I think so.
But it was like if the offense actually scored enough to get there, you felt good. But then if they were in like a 2-0 hole, you didn't feel like they were going to get out of it.
Well, even back when we had Devin Williams and Josh Hader.
right?
combined.
Yep.
And Williams won Rookie of the Year.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. I'm intrigued. I know Buster Olney, like we played the clip where he said this is a young, athletic team. They're fast. And, I think if a lot of those guys, they get on base, they're going to be a threat to steal outside of Contreras and if Sanchez is playing. Yelich is a threat to steal.
Mm-hmm.
You have to factor him in there. So, and Vaughn's not going to steal. But everybody else,
Yeah.
Terang, Ortiz, whoever's playing third, Jet Williams or Hamilton's a really big threat to steal. Jackson, Frelick, Perkins, Garrett. Get on base and then be aggressive.
I will say, ever since he's come up, I've liked Garrett Mitchell. I really want him to succeed. He's just got to stay healthy.
There's so much riding on him to stay healthy and be a pivotal player on this team. He has to. Otherwise, Blake Perkins, I love Blake Perkins. I always joke he's like that blanket, your go-to blanket when you're a little kid. And you're wrapped up. I feel good when he's in center field because nothing's bad's going to happen. But I don't want him being my starter.
No, he's a great bench option though.
Yep, he's my defensive guy when I got to go in there or once in a while start. There's a ton riding on Garrett Mitchell this year, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
If he can't stay healthy or he doesn't produce, that is a big need that they got to figure out. Because Jackson Chourio made strides last year, no doubt about it, at center field. And maybe he can continue to do that. But even so, they're going to have to find another outfielder if Garrett Mitchell can't stay healthy or produce this year.
They did sign Badu, but I don't think that's an answer. So
No.
Here's a question. Do you think, so last year Quinn Priester was almost coming in relief. DL Hall was going 3 innings. Do you think with this deep pitching staff, they do that again for almost every time he pitches?
I wonder if that is a part because I think that was kind of a question. Would they do that in the postseason?
Yeah.
DL Hall, comes in as the opener one time through. That's the other part, too. You factor in with these guys that could go lengths. A lot of this stuff is, you don't want the pitchers to get a third time through because everybody says, well, the third time through the order, batters start to get the advantage. You got a lot of guys that could go length where, all right, maybe your starters only go through a lineup twice. You hand the ball off to another guy that goes through the lineup twice, and then
your relief, 8th inning.
Yeah. I'm really interested to see how this kind of all plays out. There's a lot of names on there that are either big league ready or really close to being big league ready in that rotation.
If only there was a third baseman.
If only there was a third baseman. So, okay, we got to take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though, in the final 30 minutes. We'll be right back after these quick words. was kind of curious. I was looking at the latest bracketology for college hoops after Wisconsin's win. And CBS Sports, they've got the one that was just updated minutes ago, it looks like. Wisconsin still an 8 seed, and they'd be taking on Miami, which Miami's just coming off that big win against North Carolina. That'd be a heck of a matchup. I'd hate to be Arizona, the 1 seed, because that's who they would play the winner of. I feel like Wisconsin, if they get an 8 seed or, let's say, 7 seed, whatever, that 1 or 2 seed would not want to play Wisconsin for a chance to go to the Sweet 16. I feel like that would be a matchup they would be nervous about, whoever that team is. So, and that's Lenardi's. He doesn't have his updated yet. There we go. There's the CBS Lenardi. I think he does his Fridays. I could be wrong, but yeah.
Wow.
That would be a heck of a matchup.
With Florida on that side, it's a really good side of the bracket. Purdue.
Purdue on there. Gonzaga's the 4. Virginia's playing well this year. Is the 5. Who's the Tennessee's the 6. And Utah State, the Fighting Jordan Loves at 7. So. But, no, I feel like Wisconsin's going to be one of those teams that whoever the upper seed is going to be does not want to face to go to the Sweet 16.
So which 1 seed would you want to face?
So you got Houston, Duke, Arizona, and Michigan. I mean, Wisconsin beat Michigan. Gave them their only loss so far this year.
It's true.
Arizona I think if you polled a lot of people, they'd probably pick Arizona to be the champs this year.
I think
Houston scares me because of their defense.
Yeah. I think Michigan's probably.
Let's go Michigan, just because we're familiar with them.
Yeah.
Why not? Bring it on again. Bring it on. Although I don't think they'd set that up so it'd be 2 Big Ten teams.
Although Illinois is right here.
Oh, that's, yeah. I'd say like an 8 seed.
Yeah, that's true.
That sort of. But, even that bright. Michigan's a 1, Illinois is a 2, Kansas is a 3, Arkansas is North Carolina is a 7. Ooh, and that's a ranked team. Man, I don't know if it's just because of the quality, the depth of some of these, but I feel like some of these teams, where they're ranked, really?
Like Louisville, I'm surprised they're a 5 seed.
Heck, even Michigan State is a 4. They're a top 10 team.
Wow. Alabama at 4.
Nebraska 3. Ooh. A lot's going to change when we get to that Big Ten Conference tournament, too. And that is just going to be, and I think potentially insane. Because you got so many good teams that you can make the case for the Big Ten Conference tournament, half dozen teams to win it.
Yeah.
I mean, Michigan, Illinois, Michigan State, Nebraska. Would it surprise anybody if Wisconsin won it? I don't think it'd surprise anybody. Did I mention? I don't know if I mentioned Purdue, but Michigan, Illinois, Nebraska, Purdue, Michigan State. Yeah, Wisconsin. So 6 teams.
I mean, even UCLA is good. I don't see them winning it, but
yeah, I would not be surprised. 5, 6 teams be in the hunt for that. And then it boils down to the whole debate: how long do you want to go? Especially for maybe a team like Wisconsin. Yeah, you want to win the tournament, but how much energy? Because they're always the last one on that selection Sunday. And then everybody talks about, well, are they going to have enough? Are they going to be well rested for tournament time and all that? I think it kind of gets overblown at times. I do, but I do think, I mean, going back to back nights, it can wear on you. But they'll have plenty of time, I think, just to relax and such. So.
Yeah. Well, and if they win it, they're going to jump up some seeds, so you'll get an easier matchup.
Yeah. So, but another big opportunity for them tomorrow night, taking on Michigan State. If they can win that, I know Wisconsin's considered a bubble team right now, but if they beat Michigan State, you've got 3 wins against top 10 teams.
It's surprising that they're still considered a bubble team just because they went to Michigan and beat Michigan, and then they went to Illinois and beat Illinois. Like, that's 2 of the best wins all year for anybody. And so, like, I think that's would for sure you almost a spot, but
I think what doesn't help Wisconsin is earlier in the season they weren't beating those teams. Like, they got dominated by BYU. It felt like, Nebraska. It felt like, okay, Wisconsin can beat the teams that they're supposed to, but when they're going up against good teams, they're not performing very well. And then they beat Michigan, but then they fall, before that, or before this Illinois game, they fall to Indiana. It's almost a typical Wisconsin. They can play up to anybody, then play down to anybody. Not to diminish Indiana too much, but still, that should have been one Wisconsin should have won. You should have been able to handle business in that one. Even the Minnesota games were really close, too, and maybe a little too close for comfort.
Yeah.
So, but if you can get a win against Michigan State, you should be able to beat Ohio State. You already did this year. Iowa will be tough. They always play you tough, but you should win that one. You got to beat Oregon and Washington and Maryland. Purdue at the end of the year will be tough. But you beat Michigan State. There is no reason why you can't win those next few games up until Purdue. Wisconsin should be favored in every single one of those up until Purdue. Yeah, I think if you beat Michigan State, they've got a spot locked in. It'd be hard not to put them in.
Even if they don't, and they win all of the games they should.
Yeah.
Those
I
5.
think winning one of these 2 this week was huge, and they already got the one.
Yeah.
So now if they lost to Illinois and they lose to Michigan State, then it gets really dicey.
Yeah.
But they got at least one, and I think that was a big bonus. So
they have 7 games left. They need 5.
Mm-hmm.
They need 5 wins.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that to be comfortably in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, let's take our final break, and then we're going to wrap it up with some picks. We've got we got a Bucks game tonight taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder, so we'll hit that up. Last game before the All-Star break, which I know everybody's excited to tune in and watch the All-Star break festivities and such. So we'll take our final break and then start to wrap up things on this Thursday morning. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes. All right, we got about 10 minutes left to the top of the hour. Let's start to wrap up this program with some picks. Let's go to the NBA world. And before we do, where's my NBA schedule coming up here? Maybe I didn't have one up. All right, hold on a second here. Okay, let's get to some basketball games here tonight. We only got 3 of them because it's All-Star break. So Portland at Utah. Intern Carter, who you picking?
Portland.
Yeah, I'll go Portland too. Dallas at the Lakers.
I think Luka's out, so I'll go Mavericks. No, Cooper Flagg's out too. I'll go
Lakers.
Lakers.
I'll go Lakers. And then Bucks at Oklahoma City, where Oklahoma City is favored by 13.5.
Shea is out. I'm still going Thunder.
Yeah, I'm still going to go Thunder too. I can't pick against the Thunder regardless. And yeah, that sort of thing. So, but yeah, and then it's I feel like this All-Star weekend's kind of flying under the radar, but there's so much other stuff going on. We just got done with the Super Bowl. We got the Olympics going on. Pitchers and catchers are reporting, for crying out loud. So, sorry, Major League, or sorry, NBA, but you're kind of on the back seat right now with this whole. It's just bad timing for it. So
yeah, and it's I don't know. I don't know many people that actually look forward to it anymore.
I think, as we get older, and it's something that I'm, over the years, when it comes to All-Star games and that, we don't like them, but the kids love them. And I think that's what they have to embrace, like the NBA itself and such. And I know, they're trying, like my 8-year-old will want to watch it. And I think it's bad basketball, but they don't quite get that part of it. Even like the Pro Bowl. I could give a rip about the Pro Bowl. Yeah. But he wanted to watch the flag football part of it, sort of thing. I remember back, and I was telling him, I'm like, they actually played a real game when I was younger, pads and real game, even before it started to get bad. They would go out there, and now it's probably mind-boggling to these younger kids and such. Mm-hmm. As long as baseball doesn't change, baseball's still, we're still good with baseball. So, but I might tune in just a little bit to see the 3-point competition, but that's about it.
See Dame try to shoot with an Achilles injury.
That's also my kid's, one of his favorite players is Dame, so he's gonna really want to watch that. So, but no, I don't get too into it.
I think for a little bit the dunk contest was cool for me.
It was,
but then you see like all what Blake Griffin and Vince Carter would do, and then it's like, all right, these are no longer cool.
Right. So. One of the last ones I remember watching that I actually enjoyed was Vince Carter's. I remember still watching where I was watching that. I was at my grandma's.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why I remember that. I have a stupid memory, and I remember stupid crap. That was one of them, was watching the Vince Carter dunk at my grandma's house. So
there you go.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So what else we got here? So we just got a few minutes left. A lot of people still saying over 80 games for the Brewers for their predictions. So, and I'm curious. I'm assuming they adjust them, but I'd be curious to see if it changes, if that line changes through spring training. Now, like Buster only had the line at 84.5 when they talked, and they still hammered the over, or he did with that. So, I think 84.5 is a really good line.
Yeah.
I'd probably my first blush is like 87 to 88.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at for the Brewers.
Do you think that'll be enough to win the division?
I don't think it will.
I don't either.
I could see the Cubs going 91, 92, 90, 91, 92, somewhere around there.
I do think it's enough to get in the playoffs.
So let me bring up, so I don't know if you had a chance to, I'll give you the PECOTA standings projections. Come on, here we go. So they've got, we'll stick with the National League here. The Dodgers at 104 wins. So 104 wins, 58 losses. Then they've got the Padres, 82 wins. The Giants, I'm rounding, so Giants, they have 81.4, so let's call it 81. And then Arizona and Colorado. The NL East, they've got Atlanta at 91 wins. The Mets, 89.5, so 90. Phillies at 86 wins. Chicago would be at 90. Milwaukee's at 81. Pittsburgh's at 80. Cincinnati is at about 79. And then the Cardinals down on the bottom there. So they don't have the Brewers. If you do it, making the playoffs, their percentage to make the playoffs is 35.3%. So,
But Pittsburgh to get to 80 wins?
I think Paul Skeens, they did bring in Suarez. They got a little bit more hitting. So, but they're still the Pirates at the end of the day. You know?
I would not take the Pirates to get to 80 wins.
They're not high on Cincinnati this year. Cincinnati made the postseason last year.
Yeah.
So they're not. Or no, Pittsburgh didn't get Suarez.
Cincinnati did.
Who did? Ozuna. Pitt went to Pittsburgh. That's who it was. Yeah. But still, unless they think Paul Skeen's going to win every single game every 5 days or something.
Yeah.
But I'd probably have Cincinnati a little higher than Pittsburgh. But that's just me. Then on the American League side of things, this one kind of surprised me a little bit, and I don't know if it's just because the AL East, they've got every single team 82 or higher wins. But Seattle with the most wins in the American League, 94. Houston coming in at 86. The Tigers, 84. The other thing that surprised me is they don't have the Tigers as the AL Central champions. It's Kansas City, 86 wins. Then Detroit at 83. AL East, this one, it would fit the narrative or fit what has happened with the AL East over the last few years. Yankees, 88.6. Toronto, 88.3. Baltimore, 83.8. Boston, 82.2. And then Tampa, 81.5. So, again, it would be a close race throughout the year. So, and because I don't have a subscription and such, but I was looking at some of the player. If you click on the Brewers team, they'll go through some of the players, and this is where I saw where they have Joey Ortiz, third base 70% of the time, which I don't know if I can get on that one.
Only 15% at short.
Yeah. And they have Jet Williams 60% at short. So I don't know if I can get on. I'd never say never, I guess, but still.
They have Bryce Terang at short.
Yep. For 10%, and then it was Hamilton's really spread out. 25 at third, 15 at second, 15 at short. But no, it's funny, maybe not funny. You look at Jet, they had 60% at shortstop, and then 5% at second, but then nothing after that.
No third.
No third. So, But pitching-wise, they've got Quinn Priester leading the charge with the most innings pitched at 140. Then it's Chad Patrick at 137, and then Woodruff 135, Miz at 124. And then it's kind of between Logan Henderson and Robert Gasser after that, and Kyle Harrison, which Gasser and Harrison, because we talked about the left-handed pitching. Do the Brewers need another left-handed pitcher in there? And Robert Gasser and Kyle Harrison are that. Logan is not. So I don't know if that would factor into some of that decision making, but
yeah.
I feel like you have to have at least one left-handed pitcher in there. In that starting,
I would think so.
I just,
unless you do go the opener.
Yeah, which again, Brewers, they've shown over the years how creative they can be and try to keep those that would be very difficult on opposing lineups if they did those openers.
Yeah.
Because then you can't do the traditional, okay, this is our lineup for left-handed hitting, this is our lineup for right-handed hitting. I would imagine that's something that they're kind of thinking about to kind of keep teams on their toes. So,
and you have three different guys who can do it.
Yeah.
Zerpa,
Yep.
Hall, and Ashby. So
exactly. And then you throw in, you said Ashby. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut us off here in about 25 seconds. So we'll wrap up the week tomorrow. Don't forget another Bucks game 2 nights before the All-Star game. You can catch it right here on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Tip times at 6:30. Coverage will begin at about 6 p.m. tonight. So same place at same time tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. as we wrap up the week. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll chat with you all again tomorrow.